अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजानन महर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानां एकदन्तं उपास्महे. A very warm morning for one and all present in this Zoom virtual platform. Myself, Yashoda, research scholar, Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, take a profound privilege to bestow the responsibility and opportunity to be the master of ceremony for the whole workshop. This one day online workshop on dissertation preparation and presentation is organized by the Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, Bangalore. It is an educative, informative guidance program which will aid MCOM students, mentors, guiding teaching fraternity to fulfill the academic regulation for the preparation, presentation, submission of the dissertation reports prescribed in the MCOM syllabus as per CBCS scheme 2020 onwards, articulated by the Department of Commerce, Bangalore University. For the success of any program, we would seek the blessings of the Almighty for the overwhelming successful completion and endurance. A day without prayer is a day without blessing. And a life without prayer is a life without power. Prayer is the key that unlocks all the storehouse of God's infinite grace and abundance. I now take up the privilege to call upon Lavanya, pursuing MCOM, student of 4th semester MCOM, Bangalore University, to render the wonderful prayer. Over to you, Lavanya.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Lavanya. यतोऽनन्तशक्तिरनन्तास्य जीवा यतो निर्गुणादप्रमेया गुणास्ते यतो भाति सर्वं त्रिधा भेदभिन्नं सदा तं गणेशं नमामि भजामा यतश्चाविरासि जगत्सर्वमेता तदात्मासनो विश्वगोप्ता तथेन्द्रादयो देवसङ्गा मनुष्या सदा तं गणेशं नमामि भजामः यतो वह्निबाणुबहो भूर्जलं च यतः सागरश्चन्द्रमा व्योमवायु यतस्तावरा जङ्गमा वृक्षसङ्गा सदा तं गणेशं नमामि भजामः यतो दानवा किन्नरा यक्षसङ्गा यतश्चारणावारणश्वापदाश्च यतः पक्षिकीटा यतो विरुदश्च सदा तं गणेशं नमामि भजामः यतो बुद्धिरज्ञाननाशो मुमुक्षो यतः सम्पदो भक्तसन्तोषधस्यु यतो विघ्ननाशो यतः कार्यसिद्धि सदा तं गणेशं नमामि भजामः सदा तं गणेशं नमामि भजामः सदा तं गणेशं नमामि भजामः Thank you.
Thank you, Lavanya, for rendering such a wonderful song for the session. Now, nextly, welcome every morning with a smile. Look on the new day as another special gift from your Creator, another golden opportunity to complete what you were unable to finish yesterday. Be a self starter. Let your first hour set the theme of success and positive action that is certain to echo through your entire day. With this, I completely take up this privilege to request Mrs. Tripti RS, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, to propose and render the welcome speech.
Good morning, all. I am Tripti, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Bangalore University. I would like to welcome you all for a one-day online workshop on dissertation report preparation. Our aim is to provide you with an informative session on dissertation report preparation. I would extend our warm welcome to Dr. Jayakara SM, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Bangalore University. Welcome, sir. I take immense pleasure to welcome our guest, Sri Sheikh Latif, KS Registrar, Bangalore University. I also welcome Dr. Srinivas, Registrar Evaluation, Bangalore University. Welcome, sir. I would like to welcome our Dean and Chairperson, Dr. R. Sarvamangala ma'am, and I also welcome Dr. K. Nirmala ma'am, Professor, Department of Commerce, Bangalore University. I would like to welcome our resource persons, Dr. Monica S., Assistant Professor, Christ Academy for Advanced Studies, Bangalore. Welcome, ma'am. I also welcome Dr. Dharmendra H., Assistant Professor, School of Commerce, Finance and Accounts, Christ deemed to be University, Bangalore. Next, I welcome Dr. Ashwata Kumar, Assistant Professor and Coordinator, PG Department of Commerce, RBA NMS First Grade College, Bangalore. I would extend a warm welcome to all the students, faculties, and research scholars who are participating in this workshop. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mrs. Tripti, for rendering and proposing this wonderful welcome to all our dignitaries. I now take up this privilege and request all the dignitaries in this Zoom platform to virtually light the lamp and give a positive air marking start for this session. Lighting the lamp is more than a ritual, as it dispels the darkness of ignorance and brings the light of wisdom. With this, I request Miss Netra to completely present the lighting of the lamp virtually.
शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीप नमोऽस्तु ते
thank you, Netra, for playing the virtual lighting of the lamp and prayer to this virtual lamp inauguration. Now, the key to successful leadership is the influence and not authority. We are highly privileged and honored to have such cherishing personality amongst all of us, who is the backbone pillar of this program. Mentor, guide, down to earth personality, always having an ornament of smile on her face, who is none other than Dr. Sarvamangala Ma'am, Dean, Chairperson, Department of Commerce, Bangalore University. Madam is currently occupying as the Dean and Chairperson, Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, Bangalore. Madam has more than 28 years of academic experience. Madam has to her credit 60 papers published in national and international journals, more than 12 books published in corporate regulation, quantitative methods for business decisions, fundamentals of marketing, business research methodology, emerging trends in entrepreneurship, advanced financial accounting. Madam has more than 10 research papers presented in research conferences, served as the co-chairperson to international seminar in All India Commerce Conference held at Bhubaneswar on corporate social responsibility. State Education Policy Workshop Coordinator for one-day regional level workshop of State Education Policy for Curriculum Structure and Framework, Bangalore University, which was held on 7th June 2024. The member of the organizing committee of 66th All India Commerce Conference, member of organizing committee of 39th All India Accounting Conference. Madam has bestowed with so many awards, which are a pride and a feather to a cap. Indira Gandhi Sadbhavana Award, New Delhi, 2014. Best Paper Awards in 69th All India Conference that was held. Special Teacher Award from Meenakshi Amman Educational Trust 2021. Hamsa Samman Prashasti from Hamsa Jyoti Trust 2023. Madam has also been the member of professional bodies, Indian Accounting Association, Indian Commerce Association, International Association for Accounting Education and Research, MTC Global. Madam, we are truly fortunate, overwhelmed, and glad to have this privilege and opportunity to deliver your profile on this auspicious day. I kindly take up the pride and privilege to invite Professor R. Sarvamangala, Dean and Chairperson, Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, to render the inaugural address to this august assembly. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, one and all who are in this committee, organizing committee. I first of all welcome my authorities like Professor Jayakar, in their absence, Professor Jayakara sir, Sheikh Latif Registrar, as well as Srinivas sir, Registrar Evaluation, for giving such an wonderful opportunity for organizing one-day workshop for the benefit of the students. In this occasion, I want to let you know that many of the students and across not only Bangalore University, even Bangalore North University, as I am the BOS and BOE chairperson of Bangalore North University also, many of them approached me regarding this one-day event because even the guides are also not known much about some new guides are also there for guiding this research topic. So they are also like to know much about the project workshop, how they can choose the topics, as well as how can get into while taking the objectives, and how they can uh, make the findings analysis, and all so many clarifications they ask. So that I thought an idea that anyhow it is very difficult to approach both Bangalore University students as well as Bangalore North University students at one stretch. Even though North University is having for 200 marks this project dissertation, but our Bangalore University students having 100, but the criteria is the same thing. Same within the same title they need to select. That's why I thought an idea that why can't we organize one online seminar so that the student across Bangalore University as well as North University can also join this, and they can make use of not only the students, even the new guides, they can also join into this program, and they can make use of this opportunity. So for that, I thank my all research scholars. They also supported like anything. And they created platform because I was very much struck into so many other official assignments. In spite of that, because of that, my research scholars, I made this platform and created this opportunity. So I'm very much thankful to all the research scholars of Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, for organizing this program, wonderful session. First of all, many organizations, they know that project is nothing but it is a research project, because where during their undergraduate level, they used to go for internship projects. During internship project, no such problems where they will identify research problems, they will identify. But here in fourth semester, it is apart from their regular subjects, they need to have one research-oriented project. Research-oriented means they need to recognize some problems of any of commerce issues. We are not insisting them to choose any of the issues within their electives. Electives may be accounting and taxation or finance area, but we are not insisting, because within the short duration of 3 months, it is impossible for the students to choose in their electives itself, because it will be high difficult to choose in their elective itself, and also go with many of the by using many of the statistical tools. It is really highly impossible. Even for the teachers itself, while guiding, they will also face a problem, because within the short duration of 1 or 2 days in a week, apart from their regular subjects, they need to guide. Not only guiding, students need to go for their field work, literature review, field work, everything should be done within that short duration of 2 days in a week. So student can choose any of the research oriented topic in the commerce area. Commerce area, maybe in HRM, maybe in marketing, maybe in any of the burning issues like yeah, they can also choose any of the titles which are relevant for commerce. They can make the relevance towards commerce. AI may be different. They can link that AI problem into our how we can best make use of AI for our business decision, or how we can make use of blockchain technology for accounting and auditing, or for any business decision. Like that, we can link that. And after linking that, we can do even the social problem can also be and linked to our commerce oriented problem, and we can do. And as far as possible, try to avoid freelance titles. And maybe 10 to 20% can go for freelance titles, and rest should be with the organization. You need to attach with the organization. So students, if they approach to any of the organization, and if the students and guides know very well about this research, then only they can explain to the organization what they are looking into as part of her MCOM curriculum, because this is only for academic purpose. You are not making use of the students or teachers. We are not making use of this research for any other issues. Only we are using for academic purpose, and ultimately it should be beneficial for the users also. This research should be beneficial for the society and the users. You can also, the students can given an enough opportunity to create an awareness among the organizations and the users who can use this research solutions for their well-being. So even the social problems also, sometimes you can able to link it with our commerce-oriented problem, and you can bring solutions. If you approach the organization, if the students and teachers are much enough knowledge about what they are looking into through this research, if they explain properly, then only the organization will give permission for the students to do this research. Because always you should not disturb the organizations relating to your information. If you are not clear about what you are looking into as a part of your research, you can't explain the organization so that they feel like you are disturbing their regular day-to-day affairs. So many of the organization, they won't give permission. So the students and the guide should know the clarity, should be clear about what they are looking into through this research project, so that they can easily explain the organization HR manager or someone. So in the authority, if it is a sole proprietorship, you can explain to the owner of that organization what you are looking into through your research. And sometimes they also feel like they need to have some research. They may also facing so many problems, so many issues in the in their own organization. They like to have solutions for that, so they can give that opportunity for you to continue with your research and also giving solution for their own organization. Because sometimes some organization like to know about their competitors and what are the burning technology in their industry, which is relevant for their industry. So that to know about that, they can make use of you students to verify such problems and their own competitors, where they are lying, why, if they are having a very low profit, what may be the reason for that, and what strategies they can adapt. For everything you can give through your research for the organization. So it will be beneficial, win-win benefit. Organization will also get a solution, and at the same time, you, the students, can also fulfill your own academic relevant academically. You need to finish your research, no? So so you will also learn. At the same time, you can give solution for the organizations. So before going to the organization, you need to be clear about your research, what the MCOM is expecting from you. And if you can also go with some titles, and you can ask permission with the organization. Otherwise, you can discuss with the organization regarding our commerce research project. Sometimes if they are having some issues, means they will assign such issues for you itself, so that you can also bring out some findings. And if there is no clarity among the student community as well as teachers regarding this project, it will be difficult to fulfill the uniformity, to maintain the uniformity in your research. That's why, to maintain this uniformity, how many chapters should be there, what should be their outcome, how you can frame, how can able to frame the title, how you can link the title to your objectives, and what should be your findings according to the needs of the objective. For everything, you need some guidance, and what should be the fund after ascertaining everything, how to put that in a proper manner, in a proper procedure, how you can able to assess the evaluate whatever contents data you collected, how you can collect the data, what are the different sources, how you can collect the data, how you can assess that, how you can bring the findings. For everything, there should be a uniformity among the colleges coming under BU as well as BNU. So because of that, you need one particular uniform format. For that, our resource persons for the whole day, they will in spite of their other academic schedule, they will be with you, and they will clarify your doubts. They will give guidelines how you should go through and what format you should use. And also, while bringing that matter, whether you need to use Times Roman or any other, means there also you need to have some uniformity, which text you should use, how should, what will be the gap in between two lines, how you need to format, what should be the binding cover, uniformity, how you can able to use in your binding. Because sometimes some students will give with spiral binding, some with hard That should not happen, because completely you need to maintain uniformity in your bindings, in your contents, as well as in your bindings. You need to have only 5 chapters. You need to go through step-by-step approach. Directly, some students, they will bring directly the projects which are done by other students in a previous year, so that they can't able to justify during their vivavos. If the student and guide involved from beginning till the end in research work, while preparing their introduction till or preparing on till the end, that is after introduction, they should go to, they need to collect some literature. Based on that, you need to have objectives, which is link. Objective should be suitable for your title, and according to the requirements of the objective, you need to collect the information, whether it is primary information or secondary source of information, and then how you can able to evaluate that, how we can bring some findings. Findings should be suitable for your title and objectives only. Like that, how uniformity you need to and how procedurally you need to go. Everything our resource persons will teach you. You teachers, guides, as well as the students should follow the same criteria, so that ultimately in Viva was also you can do fantastically. Because if it is your own work, you can easily justify your work. If it is copied from somebody else and without any knowledge, if you copied, definitely you face problem. Because during Viva hours, I know some of the students, they goes on reading like any other textbook, their own research work. There's no need of reading the research project again and again. Because if it is your own work, because of your field experience, because of your own, if you're during drafting also, so many ideas you will get, while giving your findings, so that because of your own knowledge, easily you can justify, you can speak about your dissertation 10 minutes to 1 hour duration also on your own words, if it is your own brainchild. That's why kindly, without copying from the previous one, do your own research work, give your own contributions, and whatever suggestions and contributions you given should be useful. You should give in such a manner that it should be useful for the stakeholders of the current society. So it should be useful. Ultimately, your research should be useful. So teachers should also follow the same procedure. They need not go directly into the questionnaire preparation or something else or objectives directly. But from the introduction stage, you need to ask every week, student and the guide need to meet. 1 day or 2 days are allocated for the purpose of research itself. At least 1 day, at least 2 hours in a day, guide and student should meet each week, so that you can give justification for your research project. And thank you. Whatever problems you are arising, whatever queries you are having, directly clarify with the resource person, and kindly make use of this wonderful opportunity and make this program successful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving wonderful insight into what are all the prerequisites of starting this dissertation report, and how exactly the students should go about the research, and how the teaching fraternity should help them in order to guide whatever is required for them to prepare the dissertation report with ease, and what are all the consequences which the students are facing in taking up this dissertation report should be brought to the complete light of this guidance program of the teachers. So thank you for addressing our fraternity on the Zoom platform, ma'am. Thank you for your time, ma'am. So now it's the time to start our first session of the day. As the research itself, the main issue in that is identification of the problem, the selection of the title. It's a time to completely take up the first session of today's program, is the selection of the research title by Dr. Monica S., Assistant Professor, Christ Institute, the Christ Academy Institute for Advanced Studies, Bengaluru. For this, I would request Mrs. Farzana, research scholar, to introduce Dr. Monica S. to the August Virtual Assembly. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning to one and all. I, Farzana, research scholar, Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, feels an immense pleasure to introduce today's resource person for the first technical session, Dr. Monica ma'am. Dr. Monica ma'am is an assistant professor currently working in Christ Academy Institute for Advanced Studies, Bangalore. She has qualified her Masters of Commerce from Dayananda Sagar College and successfully completed her PhD from Bangalore University JB campus in the year 2021. She has also qualified KCET exam. Ma'am has 7 years PG teaching experience as she worked in different colleges, departments and streams as guest faculty in Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, worked in Bangalore City University, T-John Group of Institution for MCOM, MTTM and MFA as well. She has been at various prestigious positions like resource persons for seminars and workshops, coordinated MCOM correspondence classes at Bangalore University, life member of Indian Accounting Association, NAC Criteria 3 head at T-John College, chairperson for International Conference track head, student convener for national seminar, ARM practical examiner at Bangalore University, and guided master projects for more than 100 students and so on. Ma'am has also written and co-authored digital marketing textbook as per NEP syllabus in Kalyani publication for BCom and BBA 5th semester. Along with it, ma'am has written and published 10 research articles, participated in 17 workshops and FDPs, and she has also been invited as resource person till date in different courses on speaking current issues and research methodology topics. With all these insights and achievements, I feel pleasure you, ma'am, to welcome you for one day online workshop on dissertation report preparation organized by Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, Bangalore. Thank you, ma'am.
So the research is searching again and again to create new knowledge and add up to the existing knowledge. There is no action without research, and there is no research without action. Research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody has thought about. With this, I request our resource person, Dr. Monica S., Assistant Professor, Christ Academy Institute for Advanced Studies, to take up the session. No more delay, ma'am. We shall move quickly to the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope the screen is visible and the voice is audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Morning, the first session, it was because of the technical glitch, the selection of the title, the session was not possible to complete. So we'll just try the light upon the concepts of the first session. So basically, the outline of the first session workshop was segmented into 4 categories. That is, introduction to research, terminologies in research. In the terminologies of research, we'll be discussing about the differences between the topic and the title, problem identification, review of literature, selection of the title, AI tools used in the research. So first of all, I would like to begin the session with a word called as curiosity. Curiosity is the general tendency of the human being. Like, we are curious about so many things that is happening in our surrounding. Like, why the Punjab National Bank gave to loan to Nirav Modi, and why there is day and night, why the sky is blue, why the dollar rates are very high, why there is differences between actual and expected competency level of the employees. So we have various questions like this. So all these questions can be addressed through a one word that is called as research. So here the word research can be split into two. Re means again and again, search means finding of the facts. So research means again and again finding of the facts. So at this moment, we would like to remember one of the theory where curiosity led to the invention of that theory, that is theory of gravitation. Sir Isaac Newton, in one summer evening, he was sitting in a garden under an apple tree. An apple fall on his head from top to down, and he got a curiosity stating like why the apple is falling from top to down, and why not from down to top. So this curiosity led him the theory of gravitation. So you can understand now how curiosity leads to research. And students, now it is a high time for every one of you to know the difference between a topic and a title. Your guides will be giving you a deadlines like you need to submit your title, but how to find the title? Is the title and the topic is the same? Is there any differences between a topic and a title? If there is a difference, what are those differences? Here, topic. When we talk about topic, it is a broader term, whereas title is a very precise and it is very clear. Whereas when we talk about topic, topic does not indicate any purpose for the study, but title indicates what is the purpose for the study. So, having this, the present situation, the state of mind of all the students, how to find a research title for our dissertation work. Should we find a title? Should we find a topic for our research work? So, here, one example of topic and title will give you a clarity how topic will be different from a title. Assume your topic is leadership style. When we talk about leadership style, many things comes. It's a very broader concept. Many things comes like different style of leadership style. It can be an autocratic leadership style or democratic leadership style or charismatic leadership style. We have different leadership style. So, taking this as a topic, this can't be a title because it is very broader. The scope is very huge. So we have to make it more precise, clear, and in a very shorter way. So here comes the title. So when we talk about title, you can see here I have highlighted in red and green color where impact of leadership style on employee turnover with reference to Flipkart, Bangalore. So here leadership style and employee turnover. These are the two variables which I have taken for this topic. So when I talk about variable, we have two classifications of variable, that is independent variable and dependent variable. So here independent variable will be leadership style and employee turnover will be dependent variable. So whenever you are framing a title, you have to ensure that in your title there will be an IV and DV. Then only the title will be called as very effective title. So that is leadership style and employee turnover. So you can observe here from the topic how we have come to a conclusion of title. So then, having understood the differences between what is a topic and what is title, we'll go ahead. Here are some of the examples. This is popularly also called as a funnel diagram, where these kind of diagram will help us to understand how a broader concept can be narrowed down. Okay, so here broad to narrow down approach. So when we talk about population, when we talk about pollution, we have different types of pollution. So in that, it can be water pollution, it can be air pollution, it can be soil pollution. So you need to be very specific when you start with your interest, when you start with your topic, what specifically you're going to address over there. Okay, if it is air pollution, in air pollution, what you're going to identify, what you're going to analyze, causes of air pollution. And next, the same kind of example again, a funnel diagram where you can see here in marketing, we have different categories over here: digital marketing, rural marketing, neural marketing, and so many other marketing types we have. So here, if you're focusing on green marketing, where you're doing the study in India, in which sector? Fast moving consumer goods. In what? Sustainable green marketing. So you can observe here from a broader concept how it has been a narrowed down approach. And next will be, if you guys are interested in something like automobile sector, where your topic will be car. In car, what you're going to study? How, for example, here narrowing out the topic, self-driving cars. So here you can go with a question stating that self-driving cars are effective or human drive cars are most effective. So you're trying to make a comparative study of self-driving cars versus human driving cars, which is the most effective one. So you can observe here, you'll be starting with car and then with different variables, and that's how we come to a platform where we can create a title for our dissertation report. So then now, coming to the steps in the research process, we do have 9 to 10 steps in the research process, starting from formulating the research problem, extensive literature survey, developing the hypothesis, preparing the research design, determining the sample design, collecting the data, analyzing the data, hypothesis testing, generalization and interpretation, preparation of the report or presentation of the results. So all this steps has been taken care by Dr. Gashwat sir in his session. But here I'll be trying to give a connectivity to one of the two important process in the research, that is formulating research problem and extensive review of literature. So how these two steps helps in defining our problem or defining a research title for the dissertation. The first and the foremost step in the research process is research problem identification. Any researcher or a student, they have to start their research work with problem identification, because the meaning of research goes like that: research is finding solution to the problem, it is answer to the question, it is a systematic investigation. So as the meaning goes like that, here the first step starts with finding out the problem and trying to give a solution for that problem. So here, every individual or at the group level or at the organization level, they'll be having their own problems. So when you ask a marketing manager, the problem would be promotional strategies for the new products that is upcoming in front of the competitors. When you ask a finance manager, the problem would be misappropriations of the funds. When you ask an HR manager, the problem would be employee turnover. So at the every level, there is a problem. So all this problem can be addressed through one answer, that is research. So research helps to address all sorts of problem in a more systematic way. So keeping this as a background, we will further go ahead to a very important concept again, sources of the problem. Okay, ma'am, you're telling us you need to identify the problem, but how to identify a problem? It is not like ready made, you will go for an online, you're like how we book the product and services. Problem will not come like that. So you have to know what are the sources that the problems will we can access these problems. These are some of the traditional ways and modern ways to identify the problems. The one such problem is approach your professors. It can be at the college level or at the university level. Professors, they'll be having certain working topics or working problems they'll be addressing. So you can approach them. They'll be having many problems with regard to their research topics. So you can take their assistance approaching the professors, and they are going to give you an idea about how to go ahead with a research problem. So that is one of the sources of the problem. Next is go through different university websites. When we talk about university, we have like college websites you can go, or it can be the state university websites or the central university website, where university will be displaying all the research scholars work, all the academicians work, what is the working papers that is available. So you can Just review all those websites. You will get an idea what kind of problem I can take up. Next is reading multiple review papers. By this time, students, your research guides would have told you to download the research paper, start reviewing it. Yes, that's the way where we will get the idea about the concept, no doubt about it. But adding to that, there is also a review papers which is available. For example, there will be one researcher, that one researcher could have reviewed 50 papers. So that 50 papers ideas will be put into one paper. So if you review that one paper will be equal to 50 papers. So these kind of survey papers, review papers will be available. But the thing is that you should be able to figure it out what is a review paper and what is a normal paper. If you know that, that is also one of the source to identify the problem. Once that is done, next is academic experience. Guys, if you remember in your second semester, you had a subject called as advanced research methodology. In advanced research methodology, there was one concept called as sampling technique. Again, two classification under that, that is probability sampling technique and non-probability sampling technique. Under probability sampling, there are two like very popular, that is stratified random sampling and cluster sampling technique. So here, different experts say stratified random sampling will be adopted when the population is homogeneous. And other different experts will be giving their opinion, cluster sampling will be adopted when the population is heterogeneous in nature. And here, vice versa, heterogeneous, homogeneous. So there is no so much of clarity on these concepts. As a student, example, if you feel like that, there is a problem. You can give a conceptual clarity of these concepts. That is one of the sources, academic experience. So once that is done, next is daily experience. Problems can be identified with our day-to-day life experiences. For example, when you're commuting in a, when you're traveling from one destination to another destination by using a public transport. And you know, nowadays the public transport, what is the crowd because of the various schemes of the government. So there is a problem over there. The crowd will be more during the office time. The other time it will be free. So the public are facing so much of problem. So problem can be identified with the daily experiences also. Next is exposure to the field. Whenever you go for a field study or an industrial visit organized by your college, you feel some kind of problem, you can address those problems. Next is brainstorming. Brainstorming can be done at the individual level or a group of friends sitting together, discussing about the problem, deciding upon what kind of problems we can address through our research work. Next is consultation. This is not much appreciated because all other approach from 1 to 7, if you follow, I think you will be able to figure it out what is the exact sources of problem without going for any kind of consultation. Next, coming to the types of research problem. So we have understood now by now what is a topic, what is a title, and what is a research problem, and what are the sources of problem. And even in sources, after the sources of problem, we do have different types of research problems. Under that we have three types of problem. One is descriptive research problem, relationship research problem, causal research problem. Here, descriptive research problem. Descriptive research problem are those problem which is already been existed. For example, after 2015, there was digitalization that was introduced in our economy, where all the sectors of the economy they were ready to accept it, but still, a certain number of public opinions were against it. For example, when we take up banking sector, in banking sector we have traditional banking and we have e-banking. So people were reluctant to use the e-banking system because they were more comfortable in the traditional way of going physically for the bank with the passbook, taking the challan and coming out of the bank, making the deposit saving. All those they were so comfortable. E-banking which where the reasons might be many things, because of the frauds, the cyber crimes that is happening. Because of that, might be they're reluctant to use. So that would be a very good example for descriptive research problem. Descriptive research problem are those problems which is already there in the population, which you are going to address that. That is descriptive research problem. And the next one is relationship research problem. The word itself tells relationship of what? One variable with another variable. And here, students, when we talk about variables here, variables are measurable. We can measure a variable. But you need to understand the difference between a variable and a construct. Variable can be measurable directly, whereas construct, you can't measure it directly, but indirectly you can measure it. So the second type of research problem is a relationship research problem. So this relationship research problem is knowing the problems between various variables. It can be cancer, it can be smoking, it can be family income, family expenditure, rain and yields of the crop, and then music, happiness. So like this, random variables, giving a linkage for that, using that variables, you are defining a problem. So one such type. And the next one is causal research problem. And this is very famous, and most of the researcher, they go for these kind of problems, because this kinds of problems, definitely they should have an IV and DV, that is independent variable and dependent variable. Here, example I can give an independent variable as something like lack of sleep. If you don't have a proper sleep, chances of getting accident will be more. And smoking people by default, smokers are like smokers, they'll get the cancer, depending factor. The family expenditure depends upon what kind of family income. So giving a connectivity, a connecting the dots with IV and DV, independent variable and dependent variable, that is one such, that is causal research problem. Causal, the name itself tells there should be a cause and there should be an effect. Causal research problem. So now, after knowing the linkage of topic, problem and title. Topic is a broader area, title is a more precise and shorter way to understand. So research starts with a problem and then continues with a title. That's how we link topic, problem and title. And next, what should a good research title should consist of? Everyone talks about your title should be very effective. It should be very crystal clear. It should be like as soon as they see your title, they should feel like, yes, this is some of the very interesting title I have come across. Something like this. If you want to hear such kind of comments, and here we go. The first point here is subject wise, which is overdone, should not be normally chosen. Like there are certain topics in our commerce field, I can't say it is outdated, I can say it is overdone. It can be a ratio analysis of financial statement, job costing techniques. So these are some of the topics which is overly it is done. So whenever, as a young researchers, now you have to take up with so many different topics that is available. And also, that is the first point, you have to keep it in the mind. Overdone topic should not be taken into consideration while framing your title for the study. The first point. And the second point is that controversial subjects should not become the choice of a student of a researcher at the beginning stage. You are at the beginning stage, you should not go up with a controversial subjects. See, when I say controversial subjects, like which is better, hard cash or the digital cash, or making a competency study on male, female, transgender, controversial subject. How about women's in military? How about steroids in Indian sports? So the statement itself makes us like, what is this? These kind of controversial topics should not be taken at the beginning stage of the research. It should be avoided. And then too narrow or too vague problem or title should be avoided. So it should be like as precise as possible, very convincible way your title should be there. Don't take too broad a concept, having too many IVs and DVs in one research title itself. Maximum go with two variables in your research title, not more than that. And then the fourth point, the title should be feasible and familiar. Means it should be very easy to understand and clear. Next is selection of the title must be backed by the preliminary study and pilot study. This is one of the very important criteria in selecting a research title. See, as you have started your dissertation work, where you will be having a respondents of more than 100, and after getting the 100 respondent, you will make the analysis and your interpretation. You feel like it is not effective. Instead of doing that, you can have a pilot study. You can have a pilot study and then decide about, can I go with this title or not? Should I change my title? So this pilot study can be done with minimum 30 respondents is also fine. No need of 100 respondents. 100 respondents will be fine for the main research, that is dissertation work. Before starting your dissertation work, to get the clarity about your research title, to get the clarity about your research title, it's better you conduct one preliminary study with small 30 respondents. You should feel, yes, this is a very feasible title, I can work upon it. And here also we do have certain statistical test, that is Cronbach alpha. If it is greater than 0.05, the variables or the construct that you have conducted for your study is, you can work on those variables further. So statistically it gives you the clarity, or also you can take up the expert opinion over here with regard to your title of your dissertation. Next is should relate to the topic and use keywords. As I told you in the earlier slide, the topic or the title that you are framing, it should focus on keywords. That keywords are the variables, that is IV and DV, independent variable and dependent variable. Next, the seventh point should appeal to the attention and interest of the reader. As and when they see any academician or any examiner, if they see your title, it should be like very appealing and it should catch the interest of the audience who are reading your title. Next, avoid jargons, non-standard abbreviations, special symbols. So here, students, you should not use any kind of slangs in the framing the title, or any abbreviations. Like mention it in a full form. When you say FDI, say foreign direct investment, MSME, as much as possible, don't try to use any kind of abbreviation in your title itself, and no need of using any kind of special symbols like hashtag or any hyphen, asterisk, or a star mark. No such kind of special symbols will be appreciated in your research title. And the ninth point is that should make clear sense. And the 10th point, limit your title to 10 to 12 words. When I showed you the title, the impact of leadership style on employee turnover, the number of words, it should range from 10 to 12. Don't have, the title should look like a title. The title should not look like a big paragraph, and when you go for binding and all, the entire cover page, the half of your cover page should not be filled up only with the title. So that doesn't mean that the title should be very small. See to that your title should consist of 10 to 12 words. That is, I'm talking in terms of word count. Even if it is off and the impact, job satisfaction, leadership. So these are the words, it should come as a word count to 10 to 12. And then the 11th point, draft a title that makes reader curious of your research novelty. Some kind of new innovations or the new emerging topic should be there. Not overdone topics should not be used. And then the last point here, create multiple titles and choose the best one that conveys the uniqueness of the research. This is one of the best way in deciding the perfect title for your dissertation work. Whenever your guide says to get the list of titles, don't hesitate. Just how many titles it is possible according to your domain and interest. So many titles you have to get it, and get the best title being selected by your guide. So multiple titles will help you to choose the best title. Instead of having, if you have multiple options, you will get the best option. If your options is only limited, it becomes very difficult for the choice maker which one will be the best out of the alternatives available. So you should have multiple options in deciding the title for your dissertation. And then coming to literature review, which is also called as ROL, review of literature. So here I can say this is the heart of any research work, whether it might be a dissertation, if it is a research paper, or any kind of report or thesis. This is the foundation, because the importance literature of review takes, because this is a foundation upon which the researcher will get the clarity of the concepts. So when I talk about review of literature, your guides will be telling download the research article, review it. But how to download a review of literature? In my further slides, I'll be showing how to download a research papers. And here we do have the sources: books, newspapers, articles, and we do have relevant sources, Google Scholar. If your college library have an access for various search engines like EBSCO, ProQuest, and also we can use the Boolean search, like and symbol, plus symbol between the variables to get the accurate result. And then the ultimate objective of any review of literature that you are doing, if your guide says that you have to review 20 to 25 papers for your research work, why? The question is why we have to review. The only objective is to find out the research gap. Because here, students, you should understand like how your study will be different from that of others. See, when other researchers, when other students or your seniors already, if they have done on the topic, again, if you're putting your effort on the same old concept, it will not fetch any purpose. So you need to identify the research gap, how your study will be different from that of the other researchers. And also, you should have an outline for your literature review structure. You can have your own Excel sheet, write down serial number, author name, title of the research paper that you have reviewed, what is the objective of the study, what is the tools that they have used, what is the findings, what is the conclusion and suggestion. If you make it in an Excel sheet, these kind of review of literature, directly you can paraphrase it in a very good way for the chapter 2, that is review of literature, which comes under research design. And then literature review, you will be writing in a chronological order, I mean to say in an ascending order from old to new. For example, 5 years data you're taking, 5 years review. So write from 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24 and 25. So like this, you have to take it in an order. But you feel like there are certain seminal papers which you can't ignore it. Like where the concept has been origin for the first time. Like it can be a paper in the year of 1997 or 2008. But don't limit yourself 5 years. But if there are certain seminal papers which you can't ignore and which will become the base for your research work, you can include in your review of literature if it is worth including it. If not, it is not necessary. So, okay, taking the idea about what is this literature review will also help you not only giving the conceptual clarity, while you're reviewing a paper, you will also identify what are the problems that the researcher have identified and what are the unaddressed problems. And there is one concept over there, scope for further study. There will be certain concepts in the research paper which will help you to take up the further study for the same research topic. So here you can see a sample review of literature, which will really help you in writing a review for the research papers that you have already downloaded. So here, this review of literature should be in a paragraph way. This is one of the paper which is relating to HR domain competency mapping. The author name, I can just show you in the mouse cursor. The author name is Nagi. This is in the year 2019. Here I have highlighted in yellow color. The main objective of this research paper, gap between required and actual competency of the employees in banks belonging to the middle level managers. By reading this review, you will be able to analyze what is the paper is all about. Students, you should also show some smartness. Whenever a review of literature is shown, certain research papers will be 15 pages, 20 pages. So right from the starting till the end, if you want to review such kind of papers, it is too much of time consuming. And the time that you guys have is also very limited. So what you can do is that you can read the abstract, and in the research paper, you can see for these keywords such as objective. What is the sampling technique? What is the method of collection of the responses? How many sample size are there? What are the tools that the researcher have used? What is the conclusion? What are the independent variable and dependent variable? So with the help of these keywords, it will be you will be it will help you in drafting your review of literature. So every review of literature, whatever you have downloaded, you should have a review. If you have 25 research papers, you should have 25 reviews you have to do like this. And mind you guys, you have to put it everything in your own words. Don't copy paste the same thing. So here your scope is more, because by reading the review of literature, review of papers, you'll be able to excuse me, you'll be able to give the what is the paper was all about. And then coming to the sources of review, here we have research papers, articles. It can be national or international, that is ISSN, ISBN publication, books, topics, newspapers, thesis, e-resources, everything from wherever you're getting the ideas or the sources of primary of the secondary data. You can give citations from all these sources. Now coming to different AI tools in finding a research title. Here we do have different AI tools. I'll be sharing the screen. You can just see how AI tools also will help us in selecting a research title for your dissertation preparation. Okay, let me show you that. Can you see the screen, everyone? Google Scholar?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So here, how Google Scholar will help us in finding an effective research title or different research paper relating to your domain. For example, I'll be typing here impact of glass ceiling on impact of glass ceiling on women career. So if I type like this in the Google Scholar, you will get list of research papers where you can just give one click and you'll be able to review this paper. You can download this research paper. So whenever your guides will say, like you have to download research papers, this is one such search engine is Google Scholar. With the help of the Google Scholar, any topic it might be, you can search the research papers. So now I feel like I can use Boolean functions over here impact of glass ceiling plus I want workplace. So you can observe here, impact of glass ceiling is one variable. Adding to that, I'm giving another variable, that is workplace. So Google Scholar will give those kinds of papers where these two variables will be included in that particular paper. So you can observe here the effect of glass ceiling on women in the workplace, an integrated conceptual framework on glass ceiling with regard to the workplace. So all the papers, whatever it is showing, there will be two variables according to what you have been typed, that is glass ceiling and workplace. And also, this is one of the special feature of Google Scholar, which will also help you to give the references. Students, at the end of your dissertation work, you have to give the references. So we do have many softwares to help us in referencing. Without software also, see, days were there where researchers were manually typing the referencing style. In India, we follow APA referencing style, that is American Psychological Association. They have given a style of referencing. So whatever the papers that we will be downloading in the online platform, we have to download it, we have to review it, and we have to give the reference, because reference will help us, the other researcher, from where they have got the idea. And also, it is also a kind of acknowledgement that you will be giving to the other researchers by citing their works in your research work, that you have taken ideas from the other researcher, but your opinion is also there along with their ideas. So here you have a double quote. If you click that, you will get different referencing styles. We'll get different referencing styles. Here we need APA referencing style. You can just copy this and you can paste it in a Word document. You can copy it and you can paste it in a Word document. I'll show you. See, when I copy, in the Google Scholar, there was one special feature to get the reference, that is double colon. If you click on that colon, you will get different referencing style. If you want Harvard style, if you want APA style, but according to university requirement and Indian research knowledge taking into consideration, we follow only APA style of referencing style, which you will be giving at the end of your dissertation work. And referencing, when I say referencing, it is not only the research paper. If you have referred any kinds of books, you can give a reference there. And also books, research papers, or certain websites or certain YouTube videos, any such kind of online platform, you can give the references at the end of your dissertation report. So whatever I have copy pasted in this Word document, I think you can see this. If I just paste it, the referencing will easily come. So even if you review 50 papers and all, if all those papers will be, you will get the access in the Google Scholar. So if you just type the research paper title, if you just type the research author's name, year, title, these papers will be displayed. So you can download it, you can review the paper, and if you want references also, you can copy paste it in a Word document like this. And this is very easy way to get the references instead of literally sitting and typing the APA style of referencing style. So this was one. And the other one was, so we were talking about AI tools in finding a research title. One that we have explored now is Google Scholar. So we are done with this Google Scholar. Next is certain AI tools are also available, that is consensus. This AI tool name is called as consensus. We'll explore that. Okay, I think the screen is visible. So this is also one of the AI search engine for the researchers. So this is termed as consensus. So this is also one such AI platform which will give a list of papers, gives the idea for the researcher. For example, if I can type something on social media, influence on something like marketing, social media influence on marketing of products. So if you want, if you just give a click, you could see here. Yes. So I have just typed just a random keywords like the social media influence on marketing of a product. So you could see here the summary. These studies suggest that social media marketing, particularly through influences positive impact on the customer engagement. And then it will give you a snapshot of other different kinds of research that has happened. So you can explore this, which will help you in getting a very good research title for your dissertation work. So now we have explored Google Scholar and then Consensus. Google Scholar, it's a search engine, whereas Consensus is a AI tool which helps the researcher in finding or in getting the research idea relating to their domain. Okay, then we do have other AI. The other AI tool is, this is Jenny.ai, JENNAI. Kindly make a note of this. This might help you in figuring out giving more clarity about your research titles that you're going to frame for your dissertation. For example, I know this is a chat GPT era, everything will be available on chat GPT. But whatever the AI tool, now I am just giving you in this workshop, these AI tools are research oriented. It completely supports for research work. Whereas chat GPT and all, it is like, it is everything is there. in all, there is more scope for everything in ChatGPT. Whereas this Jenny.ai and all, this is mainly, these AI tool is designed only for identifying the research ideas. For example, if I type something on OTT platform, you can see, I hope you are able to see the screen. If I type here OTT platform, give the idea. I'm typing here, you can see in the screen, give the idea about OTT platform. So if I just type a word like this Jenny.ai is giving me an idea. You can see on the right side of the screen, I assume you're asking about OTT platform, which stands for Internet of Things. You can observe here, look at the clarity over there. I just gave an abbreviation. It is also giving what is the full form of the abbreviation. There are tons of fascinating research topics you could do. See, here are the variables: technical aspects, business aspect, social aspects. And also, once I have a better understanding of your interest, I can suggest some more specific research topic. So that is what you should ask this AI tools in a very wise way. It will, no doubt, it will give absolutely very right answers for all the questions. But it all depends upon what kind of keywords you are asking for the in asking the question. So guys, now we have explored Google Scholar, Consens, Jenny.ai, the research tool, and also we do have another one. So here, this is also one of the AI tool. You can just log in with your credentials and you can use this. This will also help you in getting the list of research papers in a very quality way. Academic writings will be available. All these AI tools will also will not only help you in getting the ideas, research papers, also help you in paraphrasing the content, because to avoid the plagiarism you can't just copy and paste the content, you have to paraphrase it in your own words. So we have explored Google Scholar, Consens, Jenny.ai, and PaperPal. You have to give your login credentials. After the session you can just try all this. Now we will come back to our slide, that is AI tools in finding a research title. So we have explored these top 3 AI tools, that is Consensus, Jenny.ai, PaperPal. These were the platforms where it helps the beginning researchers, other students, to frame their research title, to get a research idea, in helping the academic writing assistants. All these kinds of help you will get. But here there are certain limitations when it comes to PaperPal and all. In a day you have certain limiting number of questions. So whenever you're asking a question for that particular AI tool, you have to wisely decide what you are supposed to ask. Simply don't waste your attempts in asking, because but per day you will lose the chance. And then Google Scholar, Show the Ganga, InflipNet, and all. These are the platforms which is available for the researchers. When we talk about Show Ganga, it is very advanced level thesis and all will be available. If you are interested, you can explore that also. And again, EBSCO, Joster, and all, it depends upon your college library subscriptions. If they have such kind of subscriptions or any other subscriptions apart from that, you can utilize in getting the research title for your dissertation work. So we started with topic, title, research problem identification, and then how to write a review of literature, what are the different sources of review of literature, what are the different types of AI tools that we are using in the finding a research title, that is consensus, Jenny.ai, Paperpal, Google Scholar, Shodhganga. In the Google search, you can type Shodhganga, it will directly take into the InflipNet website. Multiple topics research thesis will be available. You can make the access of all those things. Only the thing is that you have to log in with your Gmail credentials and password. It will really work for you. And then coming to execution, so your dissertation report has to be executed into 6 chapters. The first chapter will be introduction part, where you will be giving the complete idea about your research work. For example, if your topic is related, example like e-banking, you will give an introduction with regard to how the term banking came into existence. So from a broader to narrow down approach, everything related to banking terms you will be giving in introduction. And then comes review of literature and research design. It can be clubbed into one chapter. Review of literature comes under research design. Dr. Ashwath sir has elaboratively explained on what is research design and all, sampling everything over there. And then company profile analysis, and the last one will be summary of findings, conclusions, and suggestions. This is how a dissertation report will be executed into 5 chapters. Here it is mentioned as 6 chapter. You can make it as 5 chapters: introduction, research design, company profile, analysis, summary of findings, conclusions, and suggestions. And then these are the titles in the area of finance. You can just go through this different titles. If you observe each and every variable over there, it can be independent variable or it can be dependent variable. They're talking about sustainable finance, behavioral finance, fintech, financial literacy, cryptocurrencies. These are very trending in the field of finance now. Then titles and accounts. It's not just the traditional way of maintaining the books of accounts. We do have Ind AS, IFRS, a comparative study can be done, big data, forensic accounting, blockchain technology in maintaining the accounting practices, ethical issues in maintaining the books of accounts, sustainability accounting, trends and challenges, automation. So many number of topics will be available even in the field of accounts. And then titles in human resources management, like HR domain, artificial intelligence, employee well-being, mental health, post-pandemic, HR analytics, and then in marketing, social media influencing, artificial, omni-channel, sustainability, brand equity. You get many n number of whatever I'm showing in the slide. This is just for the sample titles I'm just showing. If you use the platforms which I have shared, you will get infinite number of titles according to your domain, I can say. And then here, I would like to remember a quote stated by Professor Crisp. So he's a famous professor in the field of research of Stanford University. He states research is like cooking. Whenever we start to cook, we need ingredient, we need proper planning, we need an execution of the plan, execution of our plan. Research is also like that. We start with an idea and we should give a proper conclusion for that. For example, in cooking, we start up with gulab jamun, for example, right? So it should be gulab jamun only. It should not be a sugar syrup or a payasam. What you are intended to start at the end, it should also be the same. So that is what the idea of Professor Crisp, and I also support for this statement. Research is like a cooking, how ingredient planning, execution in the same way for your dissertation work, whatever your interest, your domain, you should start with that and the end till the end. The interest and the execution, it should be the same level. It should be constant. There should not be a fluctuation. You start up with great motivation after this orientation or regarding the dissertation report, and it should not be just there for 1 week. It should be there after you complete your MCOM also, because research is like that. It is never ending. There is no end for the term called as research. And then I have given the references, like whatever the ideas I have taken, I have given the references, and here it is APA style. This is what I was showing in the Google Scholar, how you can get a APA style, because research is evidence based. Simply we can't talk anything. Every statement, every word that being uttered by us, it should be backed by the evidences. And then finally, research is not a rocket science. By from the morning, we had 3 different sessions. By hearing, you should not feel it's a rocket science. It is all your mindset. So enjoy that mindset, and you can start working on your research, keeping a very positive mindset. Really, at the end result will create happiness for you. So that's all for today's session. It's the time for the questions. If you have any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Participants, if you have any questions, you can kindly post that in the chat box. Or if no messages have come, we deem it to be very clear for this session. Thank you for such a beautiful insight into how exactly we can frame our title. And you also collaborated with what are all the AI tools, ma'am. With this, I just request Mrs. Farzana, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, to propose a vote of thanks for this wonderful session.
Yeah. Before that, I need to take 1 minute of time.
Yes, ma'am.
I thank the entire crew of Department of Commerce, heading by Professor Sarvamangala ma'am, for taking the initiative in creating such a wonderful platform for PG students on an online platform. From the morning, it can be Dr. Dharmendra sir, Dr. Ashwat sir. They have just showcased all the important elements for the students, and also I need to thank the entire crew of Department of Commerce, Yashoda ma'am, Farzana ma'am, Netra ma'am, Maruti sir, and Andani sir, and the entire crew for creating such kind of opportunity for the PG students, which is the need of the hour. Because this is a time I have seen where students are in dilemma, what kind of topic. So this session, really, it would have definitely, there is no doubt about it. This will really help them in deciding their research title, topic, the entire research process. Thank you for the entire crew for giving me an opportunity to share my insight and minimum knowledge with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I request one question is there, it seems. 1 second. Okay. Miss Netra, can you just read out the question? It is not visible to me in the chat box.
They're asking, like, can you use flowchart in the introduction, ma'am?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely you can use. See, students, introduction part is completely, it's your freedom. See, when you are doing with your research design chapter, the freedom or the scope for a student will be limited, because there are certain subheadings you need to follow in second chapter, but chapter 1, it is your scope. But the thing is that you should have this funnel approach, whatever I have told you. You should start from the introduction and you should connect that introduction for your title, and you have all the freedom to use the flowchart or the conceptual models also. It is very appreciated, but don't misunderstand that introduction should be completely of flowcharts and conceptual models. Along with the introduction part, in between you can use it conceptual models, because too much of introduction may not convey. By looking at just one conceptual model will give the clarity what is this title or the introduction is all about. It's highly appreciated. You can go ahead by using flowchart and conceptual model to make your chapter more effective. I hope I have addressed this question. Any questions?
That's all, ma'am.
Somebody has asked relating the font size and font style. Suraj N has asked
Okay.
the question.
Yeah. So here, coming to font size for the headings, we prefer 14. The size of the font should be 14, and for the contents under those heading, it should be 12. And according to university guidelines we follow only one font style, that is Times New Roman. So if you go to a Word document, you have different font style over there. You have to choose there Times New Roman. Entire, from the starting of the page till starting of the cover page, till the references, till the appendices, everything should be in Times New Roman. And you should have only two font sizes, that is 14 and 12.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think that suffices his question. I completely take up no more time. I'll move on to Mrs. Farzana, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, to propose the vote of thanks for this session.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, I, Farzana, research scholar, take an opportunity to thank our technical session resource person, selection of topic, Dr. Monica ma'am. Ma'am began with what is research as its curiosity to search something, moving on difference between topic and title to go from a broad to narrow down approach, steps of research process identification, sources of problems, types of problems, and how a good research title consists of the requirements and contents of review of literature, along with the sources of review. Ma'am has also showed a practical way of artificial intelligence tools for finding title, explored Google Scholar, Consensus, Genie AI, Paperpal, and in search of a topic for as well with the reference style of chapter. And she also showed the chapter scheme for dissertation report and how the title can be in finance, accounts, HR, marketing, and so on. All your insights shared has brought us such light and curiosity in pursuing our research and students to do their project. It showed the student way to search the suitable topic and title for their projects, and research guides the way to guide them. Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful session with all the hurdles. You did your best and it was fruitful. We wish to have your session in future also. Thank you once again, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will start with the next session, which is very important for you to know. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can completely change the world. It is one of the passport to your future. for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. With this, we shall embrace the next session on research design by Dr. Ashwatha Kumar, Assistant Professor and Coordinator, Postgraduate Department of Commerce and Management, RBA NMS First Grade College, Bengaluru. Now I call upon Mr. Maruti, Research Scholar, to familiarize Dr. Ashwatha Kumar to this virtual fraternity. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you giving me an opportunity for introduce Dr. Ashwath Kumar, sir. Dr. Ashwath Kumar, sir, have a post-graduation in the Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, and sir has cleared a UGC NET, KSET, and along with a PhD award also. The sir has did a PhD in dimensions of a pricing strategy in a real estate sector in Karnataka, a study with a special reference to Bangalore. Sir is presently working as a coordinator for the PG Department of Commerce and Management, RBANMS College, First Grade College, Bangalore. Sir also published various articles in a national as well as international journal. Sir is also a member of All India Accounting Association, and he also presented various papers in international as well as national presentation centers. And sir is also working as a 10 years of experience. And we also invite you, sir, for the program, and kindly take over the session and give the good resources to the students, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I thank to the Bangalore University and Department of Commerce, and also faculty of Department of Commerce, Saramangala ma'am, and all other faculty for giving me an opportunity to be here. Friends, first of all, I'm sorry for the first session. That is, there was a technical issues. So my session is on research design. Wait a second. Yes, I think. Yes. Can you confirm me the screen sharing? Is it sharing now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Okay. Yes. So my topic is related to research design. First of all, we know that dissertation is compulsory for all MCOM students of Bangalore University and Bangalore North University. It is very important to do the dissertation, that is project work. It is basically on research. We should take a particular topic. On that topic, we should write a dissertation report after working on it for nearly 3 to 6 months. So base for this dissertation is second semester advanced research methodology subject or business research methodology subject. We all know that we have learned it in the second semester. However, to go with practical, we need some more knowledge so that we are in this session. Coming to research design, before going for research design, when you go for dissertation, that is project work, there will be 5 chapters. In those 5 chapters, first chapter is introduction chapter. In introduction chapter, we'll give we'll put a light. We'll give introduction of the topic. On what topic we are going to do our research. Next chapter is research design, and third chapter is data analysis and interpretation. And fourth chapter will be fourth chapter will be data analysis and interpretation, and third chapter will be organizational study. So, and finally, we will be having a summary of findings, suggestions, and conclusion. But second chapter is very important because this second chapter is needed before starting the research work and even after finishing the research work. Why? Because when we have a research design, research plan, it is easy to go ahead with the research work. It gives answer for a researcher what research has to be done, for what we need to answer. Okay, so coming to before starting that, we have a research steps. We know that we need to select the research problem. We need to formulate the research problem. Extensive review of literature, that is literature survey, has to be done. All these steps will be covered by Monica ma later. And developing the hypothesis, preparing the research design. From here, we'll start preparing the research design, determining the sample design, collecting the data, and analyzing of data. So collecting data, analyzing data, hypothesis testing, all these steps will be covered by Dharmendra sir. So now I'm covering with preparation of the research design and determining the sample design. Okay, so after that we have a few more steps: generalization and interpretation, preparation of the report, presentation of the results. Okay, so these steps will be a few steps will be covered by me, that is preparation of the research design and determining the sample design. Next step, see, when we want to do research, we should know that where we want to reach, on what we are studying, what is the problem of the study, right? So when we first of all, when we take the concept of research, as ma'am told, we are going to research for what? For answers or for the solution. If there is a problem, so for those problem we give solution in a systematic and scientific manner. Okay, and if there is a question, unanswered question, for those unanswered question we will answer. So or if there is any societal issues, so for those societal issues we give answers. So that is the concept of research. Okay, whatever it is, but as we know that we are going to search for the answers. In simple, we are going to search for the answer, or in simple, we are going to search for the solution. So there are many problems in the society. When we got off in the morning until the evening, when we see in our life itself, there are many problems. So with the consideration of all the problems, if we go on giving solution for all the problems, we can't give solution for any problem. So for that reason, we should have a plan. We should have a plan for which problem we need to give solution. So for that reason, and in what way we need to give solution, what are our boundaries, right? So what are our limitations? What is our scope, and in what way we are giving solution? So all those things will be answered by this chapter, research design. So yes, coming to this, when we see this picture, a researcher without a pre-drawn plan is like an ocean voyage without marine compass. So research is like a ocean. So if we stand in the ocean, so if we don't have a plan, we can't reach the goal. So for that reason, we should have a research design. Next step, yes sir. When you go for research, when we do research, there should be some boundaries. As I told, there are many problems. If we go on giving solution for all the problems, it is not easy and it is not possible. So we can take up only one problem. For that problem, we can give solution. If it is done, we can go for other problem. As a MCOM students, you need to do only one research, so that you need to take up only one research problem. So for that research problem of a particular organization, or in the society, or in the economy, or in the industry, wherever it is. So you take up only one problem. For that problem, you need to give solution. If you go on searching problem from beginning to end of the semester, you can't complete it. So that better to complete it fastly. Stick on to one problem. So study on that problem and do a report, dissertation report, right? Next, what is research design? First of all, we know that to give a silly example, we watch movie, right? All of us watch movie. So we know trailer of the movie, correct, right? We know trailer of the movie. So as we have a trailer of the movie, research design is for research process. As we have trailer of the movie for a particular movie, we have research design for the research. It is a silly example. Sorry if it is not acceptable by someone. And see, when you go for research design, and before that, when we go for movie, when there will be a movie name, so that movie name can be considered as title of the study. That will be discussed by Monica. Next, coming to research design. So in research design, we will have a blueprint. We have a blueprint for a scientific research study. What research study we are going to do, okay, and in what way. Next, it specifies the research objectives and methodologies, tools and techniques, and which are going to be adopted in a research process. and it helps for identifying the problem and what problems would be arised in the research process. 1 minute. Yes. So why the research design is needed, and for what questions should be answered. So when we want to start a research, we should know what research we are doing, okay, and who we are. First of all, who we are. So as a MCOM students, it is a compulsion, that is it is a requirement of the study to complete a dissertation work, that is project work. Okay, so for that reason we are doing it, that is we are MCOM students. And what study we are doing, right, and where we are conducting a study, whether it is a company, whether it is in a society, whether it is in economy, whether it is in an industry or freelance topic, whatever it is, and when, in which period we are going to conduct the study. Okay, so normally for the MCOM students, it will begin in the end of the 3rd semester and it will end before starting of 4th semester exams. And why we are conducting this research study? So for that we should give answers, and how the research study will be conducted, right? So for all these questions, answer will be given in research design or research plan. So preparation of research plan involves a careful consideration of the questions, that is W and H questions. Yes. Coming to questions, for what and all questions we need to give answers in this research design. So for all these questions, we give answer for this we'll give answer in research design. What are those questions? What is the study about? That means, what is the study? That is title of the study. What is the study made? What is the study made in the sense, till day, say for example, I'm doing a research on GST. I'm doing research on GST, that is levying of GST or GST on petroleum products. GST on petroleum products. So that I want to study on that. When I want to study on that, I should know that till today, what studies are conducted by other researchers. Why? Because if we are doing research already which are done by other people, that is already problem is solved, solution is given by someone. If you are doing research on that itself, again it will be waste of time. So for that reason, we should know what is the study made already. So that is that will be understood after doing review of literature by studying the existing research studies and existing knowledge. And what is its scope? So that will be answered. What are the objectives and propositions to be tested? What are the propositions to be tested in data analysis? And what are the major concepts to be defined operationally? So that is operational definitions we'll discuss. Next, what place the research study will be conducted, in which place, and reference period. I'll tell you about reference period also. That is the for which period data we have taken, from which period to which period data we have taken from a particular organization. And what is the typology of the study? Which type of the study is that? What kinds of data are needed? What are the sources of data? And we know that primary, secondary, and how it is collected. And what is universe? That is population that comes in sampling, from which the sample has to be drawn. And further, we should know what is sample size. When we come for MCOM students, normally maximum students won't go for correct sample size. Normally they'll take more than 100. Okay, sampling technique can be used. Which sampling techniques we have used, that has to be mentioned in the research design. What are the methods to be adopted for data collection? Which method? Whether we have gone with a questionnaire method or interview method. Okay, what tools are to be used for data collection? How the data are to be processed? What techniques of analysis are to be adopted? Okay, and some more questions are significance of the study, that is importance of the study, target audience of the reporting of the findings in MINT. What is the type of report to be prepared? That is whether we are preparing a thesis, whether we are preparing a research article. So that we need to mention in the research design. What is the time period required for each stage of research work? Normally, it will not be mentioned in your dissertation report, but when you go in field for research works, so normally it will be mentioned there. What is the time limit within which the whole work should be complete, and what is the cost involved? All these questions should be answered in the real research plan or in the real research design. However, as you people are that is double degree students, that is MCOM students, only few questions should be answered by you people in the research design. So what I will do now is I'll explain each and every concepts of the research design, that is each headings of the research design. Okay. Finally, I'll show one research design, that is research design done by the other students, how it looks like. So this will be done in this session. Okay. Coming to contents of research design, what and all contents will be there? First is introduction to research topic. So as I told already, research design is a particular chapter we include in the research report, that is in your dissertation, in your project report. In the second chapter, we should include an introduction to mention that how many pages it should be. Normally, research design may be 3 to 10 pages. Normally, more or less 3 to 10 pages will be there. Especially, I'm speaking about your dissertation project, a dissertation report or project report. So normally it will be from 3 pages to 10 pages, not more than that, excluding review of literature. I'm telling, excluding review of literature. If you include review of literature, it will increase more. It will increase further, right? So coming to introduction to the research topic, what topic you have taken? For example, you have taken a topic called real estate. You've taken a topic called real estate. So impact of artificial intelligence on real estate industry, impact of artificial intelligence on real estate industry. So whether there is an impact, so that we need to study, right? So to study that, first we should know the particular area. We should know that what is artificial intelligence, and we should know that what is real estate, how it is, nature of the real estate, nature of the artificial intelligence. So that we need to study. Okay. So regarding that, very little introduction has to be mentioned in the second chapter, that is research design. However, normally introduction chapter will be in the first chapter in the report. So there you will mention in detail introduction, but in the second chapter also you can include a little introduction of a particular topic. Next, review of literature. Review of literature. Normally here question rises that how many reviews has to be done. Before going for that, what is review of literature? So review of literature is a process, it is a systematic process where we study the existing knowledge, existing researches done by other people. Why we study? To know the research gap. So what they have done and what they have not done, what they have answered, existing researchers, and what is not answered. What is not answered will be our research gap. What is not answered will be our research gap. So that we should mention, that we should know. For that reason, we do review of literature, reviewing of existing knowledge, reviewing of existing literature. So how do we this? So I think in detail it will be explained by Monica ma'am. However, in review of literature, what we do, we study the other research articles already done by the researchers, or if possible, we do review the thesis, PhD thesis, or we do review the even reading of newspaper, even that is also review of literature in one manner. Okay, so in simple, what we want to say is already the research is done by other people, on that we study. That we will study, and finally we will come to conclusion that what has been studied, what has been answered, what has not been answered, right? What is not answered, what problem is not solved. So for those problem or for those questions, we start working in the dissertation work, that is research work of you in your fourth semester. That is review of literature. And how many reviews? Normally, as MCOM students, you can go to Google Scholar. You can go to Google Scholar. In Google Scholar, if you have taken particular topic like goods and services tax, GST, goods and services tax. So if you type your word keyword in the Google Scholar, scholar.google.com in Google, so there you can see many research articles. Many research articles. You can download those research articles and you can read those research articles, and you can write 6 to 10 lines for each research articles. You can write a summary of each research articles in 6 to 10 lines. How many articles has to be read? Minimum 20 article has to be read by MCOM students. Minimum 10, 20 articles, because we know that already we have seen many dissertation reports that many people won't do this. Many people won't do this. Please don't do this. Why we should do review of literature? In the sense, we'll have very good knowledge about a particular topic. Okay, and we'll come to know what is a research gap. So for that reason, do it. It will be very helpful for you people. Done. Review of literature that should be included in research design. First, introduction. Next is review of literature. Next is research gap. What is the research gap? So after doing review of literature, after studying a minimum 20 articles, and after discussing with your guide, and after discussing with your subject experts, and after discussing with your company experts, if you are doing research in company, please speak with the company people also. What is the problem in that company? So after studying all those things, articles, if possible thesis, and if possible, if necessary, after reading newspapers, after discussing with your guide, and after discussing with subject experts, okay, please meet subject experts if possible. Okay, so after all this work, you should write your research gap. You can write from 10 lines to half a page. 10 lines to half a page research gap. There is no condition that it should be half a page only. No, you can write more than that also. Normally it will be you can write from 10 lines to half a page, right? In your words, you can write after reading the reviews, and after speaking with the experts. Okay, that is research gap. Next, need of the study. Why you are conducting this study? You should write in your words. What is the need? What is the benefit? What is the benefit you are going to expect because of this study? Okay, that is need of the study. You can mention in points. Many people say that it's not compulsion. Yes, it's not compulsion. If you include, it will looks like good, right? Need of the study. Other than need of study, you should include all other contents. I'll sum up at the end also once. Need of the study. Coming to statement of the problem, it is very important. After introduction, review of literature, research gap, need of the study. Next is statement of the problem. So in your words, you should tell what is the actual problem you are going to focus, and for what problem you are going to do research, for what problem you are going to give solution. So that statement of the problem has to be mentioned in your research design, right? And a statement that this statement discusses what the problem is and why it is a problem in the first place, and how you propose it should be fixed. So how you are going to propose it as a problem, right? So that has to be mentioned in the statement of the problem. And how many lines it should be? In my view, it should be 6 lines to half a page. 6 or 10 lines to half a page, not more than that. So 10 lines is very good, right? And it should be in simple. It should explain that what is the problem. Don't copy and paste. After doing review of literature, after discussing with your experts, after that is subject experts, after discussing with your guide, then you mention the statement of the problem, right? Next, title of the study. Friends, one thing is here. Title of the study can be mentioned in the beginning itself. In the chapter, in the beginning itself, you can mention after the introduction. Okay, in the second chapter, I'm telling. There also you can mention, or you can mention before mentioning objectives. It can be mentioned before mentioning objectives. Title of the study, it will be one line. Say, for example, title your title, whatever the title you have finalized in your research study. Say, for example, dimensions of pricing strategy in real estate sector. That would be the title. So how you will tell? The title of the study is dimensions of pricing strategy in Karnataka. That's it. No other words are required, right? So regarding this also, ma'am will speak. Next, objectives of the study. 1 minute. Yes, objectives of the study, very important. When you want to do research, you should have some objectives, right? You should have some objectives for what you are doing research. So you should mention the objectives of the study. These objectives should be precise. Okay, that means it should be focused. Some people write the objectives in parawise. Don't write objectives in parawise. and objective should be from basic to advanced. Basic to advanced in the sense, first objective should be like understanding or describing the phenomena, or to know the particular phenomena or the concept, like that. First objective should be there. And coming objectives, you can include like analyzing, examining, right? So those objectives may be there. Normally, it is better to have less objectives of the study. Okay, for the less objectives only you can give, you can do your study. And normally we can give 4 to 6 objectives. It should be in sentence, not in paragraph. Please remember, it should be in sentence, not in paragraph. It should be precise. It should be easy to understand. It should tell that which is a variable, which is the independent variable, and which is a dependent variable also, right? Next, coming to objectives, how it should start. The objective should start with the words to understand the extent of. Normally, it will start like this: to understand. Say, for example, to understand the blockchain technology. For example, we don't know the blockchain technology. To understand blockchain technology. To describe the phenomena of the what is it? To describe the nature of GST in India, how the GST is there, and to identify the factors which influence. So if you are considering any factors, you can mention as to identify the factors which influence. Next, to examine the nature of relationship between, if you're taking any variables, different variables, so there you can mention that to examine the nature of relationship between any two variable, you can mention that variable. To investigate the impact of, if you are studying the impact, if you're studying the impact of particular variable on other variable, you can mention to investigate the impact of so and so variable. To identify the cause and effect relationship. So if you're studying about that, you can mention the objectives as to identify the cause and to analyze. So finally, you can give these type of objectives. That is, see here in these objectives, first we are understanding, next we are describing, next we are studying the factors, next we are examining the relationship, next we are investigating the impact, next we are analyzing, right? So please remember, objective should be in a sentence form. Objective should not be in a paragraph. It should not be in a paragraph. It should be remembered by the person, that is student. It should be remembered by the researcher. If any person is asking, we should be able to tell to a person, answer to a person, right? And finally, these objectives should not be vague. And say, for example, to study the India, to study the world. So it should not be like that, right? It should be precise. It should give, it should be focused in, it should be focused, right? So that objective should be in a sentence. Okay, normally 4 to 6 objectives you can give, right? And it should be remembered to the person who is telling, right? Next, and objectives of the study, it will be telling that problem, absence of university social work and all. Okay, it is an example. Let it be. Coming to hypothesis, after objectives, you can include hypothesis of the study. Okay. First of all, what is hypothesis? It is a predetermined statement by the researcher. It is a predetermined statement by the researcher. See, and one more thing, before going for hypothesis, is it compulsory? Question arises that, is it compulsory? Yes, it is not compulsory for all the studies. Just now I have read it. That is, for analytical studies, it is compulsory. For conceptual studies, okay, for exploratory studies, it is not compulsory. Right. For analytical studies, it is compulsory if you're using statistical tools. So there it is compulsory. And whether all students are adopting this, that is, whether they have included hypothesis, many are not. But if you are doing, if you are testing the hypothesis, that is very good. Your dissertation report holds the good value, right? So next, coming to this hypothesis, it is a predetermined statement by the researcher on the basis of the knowledge he has on the particular topic, on the particular research, right? Research area. Okay, and it is tentative answer to a tentative answer by the researcher for the questions he has. Okay, for those tentative answers, may not be accepted, may not be accepted. It may be accepted, it may not be accepted. There is no condition that it should be accepted. It may be accepted, it may not be accepted. When we will come to know, we will come to know whether it is accepted or not after doing the data analysis. After doing the data analysis, after testing it, okay, through statistical tools. And for some research products, it might have to write several hypotheses that address different aspects of a research question. So in some research projects, so there will be more hypotheses. There is no condition that only these many hypotheses should be there. As per the need of the objectives you set in your study, as per the need of your study, you can set hypotheses. How these hypotheses will be, and this hypothesis should always explain what you are going to expect to happen. What you are going to expect to happen. Say, for example, normally in hypothesis, when we go for working hypothesis, we said that there is no relationship between two variables. Say, for example, there is no relationship between the student performance due to using of artificial intelligence, due to adoption of artificial intelligence, right? So that would be the null hypothesis. I'll explain it again. So this hypothesis should always explain what you expect to happen. Okay, that means researchers will be having a predetermined statements, and it should be clear and understandable. The hypothesis should be clear and understandable. It should be testable. That means when you are setting hypothesis, you should have an idea that whether it is possible to test. If it is possible to test through statistical tools, so yes, you can go ahead. Otherwise, better do not set the hypothesis. So that will be discussed by Dharmendra sir in the coming session. And it should be measurable, and it should contain an independent and dependent variable. Okay. So in research, we find that variables, dependent and independent variable. Okay. So what is variable? Variable means anything which is say, for example, it may be a person, it may be any concept, or it may be any person, or there will be impact on that. There will be dependency for others. Say, for example, study hours of a student. Study hours of a students will have an impact on. Please wait. I think I need to plug. Please wait for 2 minutes. Not for 2 minutes, 1 minute. Yes. Yes, sir. So this hypothesis should contain dependent and independent variables. So the dependent variable will be depending on other variable. So because of other variable, it will be fluctuating. Say, for example, performance of a student will be varying because of his study hours. Performance of a student will be varying because of usage of mobile. Performance of a student will be varying because of usage of social media. Okay, involvement of social media by the student, right? So see here, performance is depending on the study hours. Performance of a student is depending on the mobile usage hours. Performance of the student is depending on the usage of social medias, right? So here, performance is depending on other variables. Which are those other variables? Like study hours, mobile usage hours, okay, and usage of social media, involvement of social media by the student, right? Like this, we should know the dependent and independent variables. Okay, it should contain in the hypothesis. Done. Next. Say, for example, I have taken a few examples here, and when you go for hypothesis, there will be null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. It will be explained further by the Dharmendra sir. And for example, how hypothesis will be. Say, for example, null hypothesis. Null hypothesis says that there is no impact, okay, or there is no difference. So those type of words will be there. So here, null hypothesis is there is no impact of micro dimensions of pricing strategy of sample real estate housing units under the study. So impact of micro dimensions on pricing. Okay, so these micro dimensions are independent variable on pricing strategy, right? So this is a null hypothesis. Alternative hypothesis will be there is impact of micro dimensions on pricing strategy of sample real estate housing units under the study, right? So like this, alternate null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis will be there. So these hypotheses will be tested in the data analysis part, and that will be decided that whether it is accepted or rejected. That will be that will be discussed by Dharmendra sir in the afternoon session. Right. Next, after objectives and hypothesis, we should include operational definitions. What is operational definitions? See, you are doing a research. You are doing research on a particular company. You're doing research on particular, say for example, it is a freelance freelance study. You are doing research in Bangalore. You're doing research in Bangalore. Okay, so Bangalore means you are doing research in Bangalore on particular companies. Okay, textile companies. Okay, impact of GST on textile companies. Textile companies profit, right? Profitability of the textile company. If that is a case, Bengaluru means what? Is it Bengaluru means, is it a BBMP limit or outskirts of Bengaluru? How much it include, right? And that you should mention, that you should define. Okay. Next, you are telling that textile companies. There are many textile companies, right, in Bengaluru. There are many textile companies. Are you including all textile companies? No. Maybe if you are not including, you should mention that which are those textile companies. Textile companies means only the companies which are working in, which are situated in Bengaluru, or who has started before 5 years, right? So like that, you should mention the definition for particular terms. Those are operational definitions. See, an operational definition is how that means a researcher decides to measure research variables in the study. Say for example, if you are considering students means who are the students? LKG student is also student. Primary school student is also student. High school student is also student. PUC student is also student. Degree student is also student. According as per your study, who are student according to your study, that should be defined in your study. Okay, that is operational definitions. According to your study, what is the meaning of particular concept you are using in your study, that has to be mentioned. Okay. Next, significance of the study. This significance of the study can be mentioned, or if not, if it is not compulsory. If you want to mention, you can mention the significance of the study as a separate heading in the research design, right? What is the importance of the study? Next, scope of the study important. Okay, what is the scope of your study? Okay, you're conducting a research. What is the scope what is the limit for your study, right? Which concepts you are covering, for which concepts you are answering. Okay, so those scope has to be mentioned. So here the boundaries within which research project will be performed, right? So that means what and all concepts you are studying, right? Say for example, impact of GST on petroleum products. A study on impact of GST on petroleum products, right? What you are studying here? You are studying the concept of GST. You are studying the petroleum industry. You are studying the nature of petroleum industry, nature of a costing of petroleum industry, right? So all those are the concepts you are covering here that should be mentioned, and it should define the scope of the study. Is to define all aspects that will be considered in a research project. What are the aspects you are covering in the research? Okay, that has to be mentioned in the research design under the heading of scope of the study. Okay, next, it is also just an important to make clear what aspects will be covered. That is what is outside of the scope of the study. That means, as I told. Next, geographical area can also be mentioned under the scope of the study. Which geographical area you are covering under the study. Okay. Next is reference period of the study. See, for example, you are studying the you're taking the company balance sheets, that is financial statements, to study. You are considering company financial statements or company working criteria. Okay, from which period to which period you are studying? For example, for the last five years. Okay, or as I gave an example, impact of GST on petroleum products. Impact of GST on petroleum products. Petroleum products we are using from long ago, right? So, however, in your research study, from which period you are studying? Say, for example, last 5 years petroleum prices I'm considering, right? And also, that is, what will be the impact? Okay, if the GST is levied on the petroleum products, so that will be that should be mentioned. In simple, a reference period is the time period for which statistical results are collected or calculated and to which as a result. In simple, if you are studying the financial statements of a company, if you are considering last 5 years financial statements, you can mention that last 5 years. That means 23, 22, 21, 20, 19. From 2019 to 23 data you are using. So reference period is 2019 to 2023 of the particular company, right? Next, the time period may be either a calendar year, reference year, or physical year or financial year, whatever it is, right? You should mention in the research design. Next, research methodology, very important. This methodology should specify that what is the procedure you are going to follow and what are the techniques you are going to use, which type of study it is. Okay, what is a sampling? Okay, what is a sample size? What is a population? Okay, and how you are going to collect the data? All those things has to be mentioned, included in the research methodology. That is methodology of the study. This should also be included in the research design. Coming to research methodology, first subheading under research methodology should be type of the study. Which type of the study is this? Whether it is a descriptive study, whether it is a conceptual study, whether it is an analytical study, whether it is an exploratory study, whether it is a historical study, that has to be mentioned. The study is descriptive in nature. The study is conceptual in nature. The study is analytical in nature. Okay, like that, you should mention as a subheading under the research methodology. First heading. Second heading will be sampling plan. So first of all, what is sampling? Say, sampling is a process of getting a representative out of the population. And a question comes that what is population or universe? Say, for example, you are doing research on students. You are doing research on students, right? Students, on degree students, especially Bangalore University degree students. So if you're doing research on Bangalore University degree students, right? So on, for example, a study will be like impact of gig economy. You know gig economy, right? Hourly basis, a person can work in the companies or wherever. So for example, you have Zomato, you have hourly basis works, right? So marketing jobs are also there. So all these are all those jobs comes under gig economy. Because of this gig economy, many students have started earning. Maybe because of that, there may be impact on the education also. That means their performance also. Say, for example, the study is impact of gig economy on Bangalore University students. Impact of gig economy on Bangalore University students' financial condition. Okay. Say, before gig economy, students were not earning, maybe earning, but not to the maximum extent. Because of gig economy, many students may be going for part-time jobs, hourly basis jobs. Okay. So because of that, students' financial condition may be, may become stronger, right? It may become stronger. We don't know. Okay. So for that, we may be doing a research study. Okay. So if that is a case, you want to study all Bangalore University students. Is it possible to study Bangalore University students? It is not possible, right? Maybe thousands together of students will be there. It is not possible to do a research within a short period of time. It will become costlier. It is a time consuming process. So what you will do, you will select only 2 students from each colleges of Bangalore University. 2 students from each college of Bangalore University. Okay. Then your sample will be those total number of students, that is total students you collect, you chosen from all the colleges, right? So that is sample. That is a sample. Sample is a representation of the whole population. What is the population here? Only Bangalore University degree students are the population. Bangalore University degree students are the population, right? So population means each and every unit or each and every person of the study who are related to particular study, right? So on what you are doing research, right? So sample means that is representatives of the whole population. Understood, right? One more example is the best example given by the experts is rice. When we prepare a rice, we take some only, we will not see whether the rice is boiled or not by seeing all the full rice. We will take only one or two grains and we'll see that whether it is boiled or not, right? So that is sample, that is sampling, right? So see here, in research also, we should focus on sample, sampling, and sampling plan, right? And population. First of all, population means each and every unit or each and every person who are there in the research, okay? And sample means it is a representative of all those, right? Next, sampling plan, sampling design process. We have a design process here. First, what we will do is define the target population. Who are the target population? When we are studying the financial condition of all Bangalore University students because of gig economy, who is the population for us? All Bangalore University students. That is population. We should define that. Who are our population? Say, for example, if we are studying on textile companies of Bangalore, who are our population? All textile companies are our population. Okay. Next, determine the sampling frame. What is the sampling frame? We will fix a frame. We'll fix some conditions in which we are going to collect the data. Only from those people we are going to collect the data, right? Say, for example, there are many companies in a company, many companies in Bangalore, textile companies. So textile company may be started today, textile company may be started yesterday, or before 1 year, before 2 years, before 5 years, before 10 years. Okay. Or a textile company may be having a lack of profit, crore of profit, right? A textile company may be registered under a particular authority or not, right? A textile there will be many conditions, there will be many features for those companies, right? So if that is the case, we should decide that what is the sampling frame, that is what are the from which companies we should collect the data. Say, for example, should we collect the data from all the company, whether it is started today or tomorrow, so today or yesterday or before 1 year or before 2 years? We should decide that. If we collect data from those companies, normally it will not be valid normally. So for that, what we can decide? We can decide that data can be collected only from the companies which are started before 5 years. Okay, that is a sampling frame. Or we can have one more condition, that a company who is registered under a particular authority, the company whose profit is more than 1 crore rupees. So like that, we can have some conditions. That is sampling frame. Next, select a sampling technique. There are many sampling technique, probability sampling technique or non-probability sampling techniques. We should decide that on what sampling, on what or which method of sampling technique we are using. Okay, whether probability or non-probability. Under probability sampling, say first of all, probability sampling is a sampling where each and every unit or aspect or a person will be having an equal chance to be selected. That means, say for example, in case of probability sampling, each and every unit or each and every person will be having an equal chance. Okay, random sampling, right? Systematic random sampling or snowball sampling, right? So these people, in case of these type of samplings, these are probability samplings. So these probabilities, in these probability sampling, each and every unit will be having a equal chances of selection, right? In case of non-probability sampling, say for example, judgmental sampling. In case of judgmental sampling, as a researcher, he will decide that which person should be asked. Okay, so from whom data has to be collected, right? So like that, there are different sampling techniques that has to be decided, and that should be mentioned here, right? Next, determine the sample size. What is the sample size? So we can apply the formula and we can take the sample size. But normally what MCOM students will do is they'll take 100 sample size or more than 100 sample size. Normally they won't apply the sample, what is that formula? But I think condition is not there to apply the formula, or generally people says that minimum 100 samples should be there. But what happens in the sense at the time of Viva voce, there will be a doubt for us, that is whether the person has collected data or not. So better you collect more than 100 only, it will be good, right? Or you can apply the formula, or you can derive how many sample size should be considered for the whole population. Next, execute the sampling process. Yes, you can you can go to, you can select the sample and you can collect the data from those people. Next, tools for gathering data. So which tools you have used for collection of data? Before that, you should include sources of data. Which are the sources of data that should be included in the research design? Which are the primary sources of data? Which are the secondary sources of data? That should be mentioned. After that, tools for gathering of data. Here, you should mention that whether data has been collected through observations, whether data has been collected through interviews and focused groups after making interview, or whether data has to be collected on the basis of transactional tracking, or through social media monitoring, or through online tracking, or through surveys, or through forms, or through interviews, right? Like this, you should mention that which are the techniques you have used, right? Next, after this, you should mention that what is the plan of analysis you have used? What is the plan of analysis you have used? So what are the statistical tools and techniques you have used, right? So these tools and techniques may be descriptive statistical tools, inferential statistical tools, okay? We should mention that in 2 to 6 lines, you should mention that which statistical tools you have used in your research study, okay? So, and you can ask me one question: how can we know in the beginning itself which statistical tools we have used? There is no question, there is no condition that you should complete the research design in the beginning itself. Yes, we should complete the research design in the beginning itself before starting. But the thing is, this research design can be finalized at the time of submission also, because as we had decided in the beginning itself, it may we may go ahead as per the predetermined conditions, or we may change the statistical tools. Or say, for example, when you go back, data collection, you had thought of collecting data to transactional tracking or social media. You came to know that it is not possible to collect data through social media. Then you meet each and every person, you do interviews, because the people were illiterate and uneducated. So, for example, illiterate, so you collect data through interviews. So if that is the case, at the end of at the time of submission, you should review again, and you can mention that on what basis you have collected data, on what are the data collection techniques you have used. In the same way, in case of statistical analysis plan also, in the beginning you could have been mentioned some statistical tools. So at the end, if you have used any other statistical tools, you should mention there, right? So this plan of analysis or statistical tools, which statistical tools have to be used, how to use it, and how to test this, how to go for data analysis will be taken care by Dharmendra sir in the next session. Next, time budget of the study. Time budget of the study. How much time? See, there are two things: reference period and time budget of the study. Reference period is different. Time budget of the study is different. Reference period means for which, from which period to which period data you are collecting. That is reference period, right? Already I have told that. Time budget of the study, normally for you people, for MCOM students, 3 to 6 months it will be there, as per my knowledge. 3 to 6 months or 4 to 6 month time will be there. So you can mention that how many months you have conducted this study, right? Or you have taken time for this study, for completion of this study. Next, financial budget for you people, for maximum cases, it will not be there for MCOM students. However, if you are highly interested, if you are highly good for having a budget, that is sponsorships from the government, that is RBI. You can visit RBI website, you can visit SEBI website, Securities Exchange Board of India, right, and Reserve Bank of India, or concerned ministries websites, or some company websites, or some company associations are there, like for example real estate company associations. So you can visit those associations and you can approach for funding. You can approach for funding. Many very less students may get this, but if there are chances, it is better if you get a chance of funding. If you get a funding, you can mention this here. But when you go for funded projects, it will be there. But for you people, if you have taken any fundings from companies or from so and so organizations, so you can mention here. Okay, normally it is not, there is no condition, that there is no compulsion that financial budget should be included in the result design for you people. Next, finally, chapter scheme. So before chapter scheme, you should mention the limitations of the study. You can mention the limitations of the study. What are the limitations you have made, you have faced? What are the problems you have faced? Whether data has not been collected, that is, you have faced like company has not given data on time, right? Okay, so or any other problems you have faced, you can mention in the research design itself. Finally, chapter scheme. Under Bangalore University, we include 5 chapters. First is introduction chapter. This introduction chapter will include the concept, that is a theoretical background of the study. Say for example, if you are studying about GST, you should give introduction about GST. Okay, that is what is GST, when it is introduced, how it is, nature of GST, historical background, all those things, and new trends in the particular topic. All those things can be included in the first chapter. That is first chapter, introduction chapter. Next chapter is research design. This research design includes whatever the contents I have told. Those are, to sum up, first one is introduction. Next one is review of literature, research gap, need of the study. Next is statement of the problem, objectives of the study. Next is hypothesis of the study, operational definitions, methodology of the study. Okay, under methodology of the study, you can mention type of the study, that is data, that is sources of data, data collection. Okay, tools and techniques used for data collection. Next is sampling. Okay, tools and techniques used for data analysis and interpretation, right? Next one is reference period, time budget. Okay, and limitations of the study. After that, you can mention the chapter scheme, right? I'm telling in the second chapter. All these things should be there. Under chapter scheme, you can mention which are the chapters. Which are the chapters? First chapter is introduction. Next chapter is research design. Third chapter name will vary from person from report to report. If you have done research in a company, you can write as company profile. If you have done research in a bank, you can write as a bank profile. Okay, if you have done research in a as a freelance topic, the chapter name will be respondents profile. If you're chosen particular respondents, say for example, a study on impact of GST on street vendors. A study on impact of GST on street vendors, right? So you're studying street vendors. You're studying the impact of GST on street vendors, right? Who are your respondents? Street vendors are your respondents. So third chapter will be respondents profile. For you, third chapter will be respondents profile. Who are your respondents? Street vendors. You should explain, you should give information about street vendors. Who are those? What is their financial condition? What is the contribution of their what is the contribution of those street vendors? All those things, right? Or any figures and facts if you find or if you collect. So those things can be included in third chapter. That means third chapter name will vary from report to report. Okay, it may be company profile, it may be organization profile, it may be bank profile if you're doing study in bank, it may be respondent profile, or it may be industry profile sometimes. Say for example, your study, for example, if your study is on particular industry, textile industry, right? Then textile industry profile has to be included in a Third chapter, done. Third chapter is done. When you go for fourth chapter, data analysis and interpretation, you should report all data analysis, whatever you have made with interpretations. So, and the fifth chapter will be summary of findings, suggestions, and conclusion. Findings, suggestions, and conclusion. Okay. So, in the all these things should be included in the second chapter under chapter scheme. Which are the chapters? Write the chapter name and write a brief summary of that chapter. Brief summary of that chapter. Say, for example, introduction. If you are studying about GST, right? That introduction, under introduction, the chapter covers introduction for GST, historical background of GST. Next is amendments of GST. Okay, like summary of that. Second chapter includes the research design, which includes the chapter includes research design. The chapter research design includes the introduction, review of literature, objectives of the study, statement of the problem, okay, research gap, okay, all these things you can mention in 3 to 4 lines, right? For each chapter, in 3 to 4 lines, you can give a brief summary. In third chapter, if it is a company profile, you can write company profile. What and all will be included in a company profile? Company that is from inception, okay, a company financial data, or a company customers, competitors, okay, company management team information, right? All those things, right? Like this, for each chapter, you should include a summary of that, right? So this is about your research design chapter. These are the content should be included. Now, what I will do is, I'll go back to one research design chapter, which is done by my student. So we'll go through that. I think it will be good to understand. One second. I think it is visible now.
Ashwat sir has started screen sharing. Allow
No,
one.
sir.
No, 1 second. No.
It is now. It is.
Now it is visible, sir.
Okay. Okay. So see this second chapter. So in the second chapter, first heading 2.1, meaning has been given. What is research design? Okay. Actually, topic is green HRM. The topic is green HRM. So that some information is given about green HRM. What is green HRM? Okay. What is the role of green HRM? Okay. And yeah, policies of green HRM. All these informations are given in the first page. Right. Next is, when you go to second page, that is second heading, 2.2, title of the study. What is the title of the study? A study on scope of green HRM in IT/BT sector in Bangalore. That is the title of the study. Simple, we have given only title. Next is 2.3, review of literature. Actually, the study is conducted in 2019, it seems. The study is conducted in 2018-19. So that when we do review of literature, this review of literature should include the updated information, that is updated reviews. That is, now we are in 2024. When you review the literature, when you review the existing researches, you should review the recent article also. There is no condition that you should not review the old articles. You can review. But the thing is, if you review the recent articles, it is good, right? And you will come to know what has been done in the particular area, right? That is studies relate under review of literature. Here it is included that studies related to Indian context, studies related to international context. Yes. So I think 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 12. Yeah, 12 Indian context based reviews are done, and studies relating to abroad also reviews are done. Okay. So like this, review of literature can be included. After review of literature, I think research gap should be included in this. In this study, it is not included. Research gap. So you can mention research gap. What has been studied by the existing researchers, that should be included. After that, you can give statement of the problem. What is the statement of the problem? Here it is given that companies always aim at maximizing profitability. At the same time, they should ensure that inculcate practices which are beneficial to the environment and the nature through environment friendly practices such as green HRM, human resource management, which refers to using every employee to support sustainable practices and increase employee awareness and commitments on the issue of sustainability. In this context, as there is a need of knowing the scope of GHRM, that is green HRM, in ITBT sector, the present study is conducted. Okay, this is the statement of the problem. There is no condition that only a few lines should be given. You can give some more information about the statement of the problem. Next, see the objectives of study. Only 4 objectives are taken here, that is finalized by the researcher. First is to understand the concept of green HRM. Next one is measure the awareness level of global HR, that is green HRM in IT employees. Next objective is to identify the major factors to incorporate green HRM. Final, last one is to analyze the scope of green HRM in IT employees. Like this, objectives can be given. After objectives, you can include hypothesis. In this study, is not include hypothesis also. You can include hypothesis after objectives. Next, you can give operational definitions. See here, operational definitions are given for green HRM, green human resource management. What is green HRM and ITBT sector? See, ITBT sector means according to this study, according to his study, organizations serving in the field of information technology and biotechnology. And he has given definition for employee. See the word employee. Employee in this study, employee refers to any human being serving for or in ITBT organizations. Not all the employees, only the employees who are serving in ITBT sector, right? So like this, operational definitions has to be given. See the scope of the study. He has given scope. What and all, what concepts are considered, or what concepts are included in the study, that is mentioned here. Next is geographical scope is also mentioned. That is the present study is confined to understand the theoretical background of the concept GHRM, its awareness level and impacting factors with reference to ITBT sectors in Bengaluru. Okay, it also aims to bring out the importance of green HRM in corporate sector. And also geographically, the study focuses mainly on employees of Bengaluru based and connected ITBT units. Okay, this is scope of the study. Next is research methodology. Under research methodology, he has given type of the study. Which type of the study it is? It is conceptual, descriptive, and analytical in nature. Next is sampling. Under sampling, he has given what is population. Under this study, population means population of the study were ITBT employees serving in Bengaluru. Only ITBT employees is population for this study. In the same way, sampling, I think it is strike. It is, I think it's, there is a mistake, so that it is strike off. Sample, mention the number of respondents. Yeah, how many number of respondents they have taken, that has to be mentioned. I think I had told for correction, so that it is like that only. And sampling method. So which sampling method they have used? They have used convenient sampling method for collecting of the data. And data collection, they have collected data from primary and secondary sources. So they have that they have mentioned. And which are the secondary sources of data, that is also mentioned. Next is plan of analysis, how data has been analyzed, which are the statistical tools used that he has mentioned, and limitations of the study they have mentioned. In this study, they are not mentioned reference period. Reference period is not mentioned. Better to mention the reference period in the research design, and also time period, time budget for this study. How much time you have taken to complete this study. Okay, that also you mentioned. That is also good. Next is what is it? If you have taken any sponsorship for this study, that is also good. So you mention here. Okay, and limitations of the study you can mention. Finally, chapter scheme. For this chapter scheme, better you mention the summary of each chapter, at least 2 to 3 lines for each chapter. You can mention chapter scheme also. That is introduction, research design, respondents profile, or company profile, or bank profile, or organization profile, as per the need, as per the requirement of your study. Okay. Next, data analysis and interpretation. Finally, suggestions, findings, and conclusion. These are the content should be included in the research design, right? Finally, when we do is when we prepare a research design, this research design should be prepared in the beginning itself. Normally we call it as research proposal. Okay, with the research design contents, there will be some other contents like introduction will be more, and what has to be done. Okay, when you go for research, when we speak as a researcher, in a research proposal, that is in the beginning we prepare, so that will be called as research proposal. After completion of the study, we submit it. We're stating it as research synopsis. Okay, but for you people, we call it as a research design. Prepare it in the beginning itself when you are going to start the research study, right, as a student, and at the end of the study, when you're going for print, dissertation print, you see that whether all contents included in that are as per the study conducted. If anything is changed, correct it again. It's not a problem. Correct it again. When you're correcting it, when you're finalizing it, please discuss with your guides. Please discuss with your guides at least 3 to 4 times in a week. You should discuss with your guide. Normally, it should happen. Maybe it will happen in coming days. Okay, you should speak with your guide. If necessary, you can speak with subject experts. Say, for example, GST. As a faculty, we will be knowing about GST, how it is calculations, right? We will be knowing the calculations. In practical knowledge, we may not be knowing as a faculty. But when you go and speak with some experts, subject experts regarding GST, like chartered accountants and all, they'll help you, right? So that better you prepare in the beginning also. At the end of the study, that is when you're going for print after completion of your dissertation. So once you go through that and check that whether it is proper or not, right? And when you are submitting, it should be in past tense. At the time of completion of your study, where the research design should be in a past tense, right? Past tense manner, right? That's it. I explained what are the contents and how it should be, right? In the research design. If there are any doubts, please ask me. Yes.
Dear participants, if you have any question, kindly post in the chat box, or you can just ask the resource person, whoever are interested. If you have any questions, you can directly post in the chat box. The space is open for question and answer session.
Yes. Yes, Vijay K. Ma'am, is there any questions in chat box, ma'am, from beginning?
No, sir, we have dropped twice. There is no question as such. I think so. It was completely evidently understood by everybody. And I think so. They have no any questions regarding this, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. If there
Yeah, it was a very eye-opening session, sir. Maruti, sir, can you just propose the vote of thanks for this session?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So
Yes.
in the second session, Dr. Ashwath sir highlighted about that what and all the types of researches are research is we are able to conduct the research, and also sir also focus on that data sources, what and all the data sources available in order to engage with the research, and tools, different tools are available in order to collect the data. And sir also highlighted about the scope of the research, how we need to conduct the research, what and all the scope limit we have to uh, limit it ourselves, and that may be a geographical, that may be a nature of the study, whatever it may be. And sir also highlighted about the time bound of the research and also references point of view. And even though sir is highlighted about that objective and hypothesis concern. So thank you, sir. It was a wonderful session. And on behalf of Bangalore University and Department of Commerce, I thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I thank to the Bangalore University and Department of Commerce. And thank you all, sir. And also all faculty members and Saravangala ma'am, Dean and Chairperson of the Department of Commerce, and all faculty of Bangalore University. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are heading with the next session, and the next session would be on data analysis and interpretation. If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep on moving ahead and forward. Quoted by Martin Luther King Jr. With this, let us move towards our third session, that is on data analysis and interpretation by Dr. Dharmendra H., serving as Assistant Professor, School of Commerce, Finance, Accountancy, Christ Deemed to be University, Bangalore. Now, I request Mr. Andani DS, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, to familiarize the speaker of the session to the August Assembly. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, one and all. So I Andari DS, a research scholar from Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, Bangalore. So firstly, I would like to thank the chairperson and the professors of Department of Commerce, Bangalore University, Bangalore, to giving me an opportunity to be the part of this one-day workshop on dissertation report preparation. So I am very happy to read the profile of Dr. Dharmendra sir. Dharmendra sir. Dr. Dharmendra H is working as an assistant professor in the School of Commerce, Finance and Accountancy, Department of Commerce, Christ Deemed to be University, Bangalore, Yeshwantpura campus. Sir's expertise lies on the specialized area of data analytics, finance, and statistics. He holds a Bachelor of Commerce degree and Master of Commerce degree from Bangalore University, Bangalore. So further solidifying his academics prose, he successfully completed his PhD in finance from Bangalore University, Bangalore. And sir also more interested in research area. The research interest of this his research interests are in the area of financial literacy, investment decision, as well as in the management education. He also conducted many workshops on SPSS, AMOS, Jamovi, JAS, Smart PLS, so Tabla, R software, and spreadsheet, and trained postgraduate students, research scholars, and faculty members. So, sir also published many papers in both national and international journals and co-authored for many books. So, mentioned a few are Emerging Trends in Entrepreneurship, Strategic Cost Management 1, Strategic Cost Management 2, Strategic Financial Management, Business Ethics, and Human Resource Management. And he has total of 10 years of teaching experience, comprising 4 years of research experience and the rest in academics. So he has served as a resource person on various topics. So financial modeling, data analytics, research methodology, etc. at different FDPs MDPs, and STPs. So, and also served question paper setter and chaired various sessions at national and international conferences. Sir, I welcome you to the second session of this one-day workshop, sir. So now I request Dharmendra sir to take over the session. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the generous introduction. Yeah, before I start, I'd like to thank the Department of Commerce, Professor Sarvamangala Madam, Dean, and then co-chairperson, Department of Commerce, and then Professor Yashoda Madam, Professor Andani sir, Professor Maruti sir, and then Professor Netra Madam for having organized this particular workshop to benefit the postgraduates in the commerce domain. So I place my sincere thanks to all of you for having organized such a workshop. Yeah, now I can share my screen. Yeah. Can somebody confirm, is my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your screen is visible. You are audible.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Right. I am not able to share my screen. Host disabled participant screen sharing. It's showing as host disabled participant screen sharing.
Sir, now you try to share, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. I think now it is okay. I think it's visible now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, before we get into the part of data analysis and interpretation, I'm sure the first session was addressed by Professor Monica Madam with respect to various fundamentals of research, how to identify the research topic, followed by the various research concepts and so on. And then Dr. Ashwath sir has addressed the research methodology part in depth, right from the research design and the formulation of variables, the identification of the variable, formulation of hypothesis with the well-defined research methodology part, sir has taken care. So the next part comes here, the data analysis. Now, here, let's understand the agendas of today's discussion, right? So today we'll be understanding data analysis and interpretation, data analysis and interpretations. Yeah. So here we'll be understanding the first half of this session, probably about 50 to 20 minutes, we'll be working on data entry and data management, by using different softwares. And then in the next session, we'll be talking about data analysis and reporting, that is interpretation, right? So these are the two contents of today's discussion. One is data entry and data management. Another one is data analysis and reporting, right? So simultaneously, I'll be switching in between the Excel application and the SPSS application. I'm sure there are many softwares which we can use to analyze the data. The approach goes like this. There are commercial softwares and non-commercial softwares. So which we can use for data analysis purpose, right? So what are commercial softwares? Basically, commercial softwares are the paid softwares. In order to use such software, we have to pay certain amount, either annually or monthly or quarterly, and then we have to use it. Whereas non-commercial softwares are free softwares, which are freely available on the internet. Just you have to log into the website and then download the setup file, and then we can use the same software for data analysis purpose, right? To name few, we have spaces, then we have MOs, we have StartaCraft, and so on. So to list, there are plenty StartaCraft, plenty of commercial softwares in market, which will be used for data analysis purpose. But when it comes to non-commercial softwares, we have popular softwares such as Jamovi, and then JAS, Blue Sky Stats, and Orange, right? And then followed by, how can we forget this particular software, Spreadsheet. Right. So these are the few commercial and non-commercial software which we'll be using for data analysis purpose. Our focus of discussion for today's a workshop is spaces. how spaces can be used for data analysis purpose, right? The statistical package for social science research. How do we use this particular application for data entry and then data management? And then how do we analyze the data, right? How do we analyze the data by using this particular software? That is the agenda of today's discussion. So the session will be like from 1 to 2:30, probably last 5 minutes for question and answer session. If throughout our discussion, if you come across any questions or any queries, or if you'd like to contribute to the discussion, please make a note of it. So all those questions, queries, and add-ons to the discussion are most welcome at the end of the session, right? Okay. Now, let's begin with understanding the fundamentals of data analysis, right? The fundamentals of data analysis, right? So how do we analyze the data? Now, once the data is collected, either through primary data source or the secondary data source, then the data is ready for analysis, right? So the data is ready for analysis. Now, how do we analyze the data? So first we record the data in the different softwares, different statistical applications, and then we are going to analyze the data. So to begin our discussion with the data entry and data management, we'll be using a software called as SPSS. But before that, we should get ourselves familiar with various concepts, such as we should understand what are the different types of data, what are the different types of data, and the different types of data sources, followed by different types of scaling. Just about 5 to 10 minutes, we'll quickly discuss the different types of data sources, followed by different types of scaling, right? Now, when we say the different types of data, please mind you, okay, let's start with the data sources. As all of us are very well aware about this sources, we have two main sources of data collection, which we broadly classified as primary data source and the secondary data source. Primary data source and the secondary data source. So what is basically primary data source? It's basically a source where we collect the data, right? A source where we collect the data for the very first time. Data which is of very fresh in nature can be simply defined as primary data source. Please mind you. So it's not about the types of data we are talking about. It's about the type of the data sources. When we say the data sources, there are two popular sources, primary data source and the secondary data source. A source from where we collect the data for the very first time, which is nowhere published, which is nowhere reported, right? When you are extracting the data for the first time and the data is of very fresh in nature, is simply defined as primary data source, right? So when you're collecting the data for the first time, such data can be simply defined as primary data source. And then when we talk about the secondary data source, please mind you, it is a source where we are going to collect the data, from which we are going to collect the data, which is already reported by someone else, which could be some individual person or a group of individuals or an organization or a governments and so on. If any data which is already published by someone else, and if you are extracting the data as it is, then the source can be defined as secondary data source. Means already it is there in the public domain. So such data will be there in the public domain. Just we'll be extracting the data as it is. Then it becomes the secondary data sources, right? And we know what are the various instruments of primary data source and the secondary data source. Now, having understood the types of data sources, let's come to the types of data. So there are three popular types of data. If any questions can, yeah, yes. Right. So when it comes to types of data, there are three types of data. The very first type is called as cross-sectional data. And then we have time series data. And the third category is panel data. So when we say the types of data, please understand there are three types of data. So what are the three types of data? It is cross-sectional data, the time series data, and the panel data. So what do you mean by cross-sectional data? I'll just put it in a simple terms. Any data which is collected at a particular point in time, right? The data which is collected for a specific time period is simply defined as cross-sectional data. Let's say we are talking about understanding the revenue from operations of the public sector enterprises, the public companies for the year 2023. I repeat my statement, right? So when you are collecting the data with respect to revenue from operations of public sector enterprises, BHEL, BEML, and then HAL and so on. There are many public sector companies. When we are extracting this data, that is basically revenue from operations for the year 2023. So how do we term this data as? This data is defined as the cross-sectional data, because this data we are collecting for a specific time period. What is the specific time period? The specific time period is 2023. Right. So how do we define cross-sectional data? Any data which is defined, which is collected for a specific time period at a particular time period, it's simply defined as cross-sectional data. Then what is time series data? If the same data is collected over the period of time, for example, let's talk about revenue from operation of the public sector enterprises from 2013 to 2023. Right? So when we are analyzing the revenue from operations of the public sector enterprises from the year 2013 to 2023, last 10 years. So here what happens, we are collecting the data for a period of 10 years at different time intervals, 13, 14, 15, 16, and so on, right? So such data is defined as what? Time series data. How do we define time series data then? A data which is collected over the period of time. A data which is collected at different time intervals is defined as time series data, right? So please mind you, cross-sectional data will be collected for a specific time period, whereas time series data will be collected over the period of time at different time intervals, right? So that's called as time series data. So when it comes to panel data, it's basically a mix of cross-sectional data and time series data. A combination of cross-sectional data and time series data is defined as panel data, where we'll be using a specific time period data as well as different time interval data. So both the data are used here. In which particular case? That is panel data. A combination of a mix of cross-section data and time series data can be defined as panel data, right? We'll be using a particular data as well as a different time period data, right? Now, so having understood the different types of data, types of data sources, let's come back to types of scaling, right? So I'm sure all of us know the different types of scaling. What is basically scaling? Scaling is a unit of measurement. So what do you mean by scaling? A scaling is unit of measurement. Whenever we need any data, what measure do we consider for measuring such data? For example, when we sorry, when we talk about the weight of the person, how do we measure it? It's measured in kgs. When we say the height of the person or the height of the student, how do we measure it? The unit of measurement either in centimeters or in feet, isn't it? Right? And then when we say what is called as, quantity of any particular product, how do we measure it? In units or in numbers, right? So these are called as what? A unit of measurement. So your scale is nothing but unit of measurement. There are 4 types of unit of measurement. The first one is called as nominal scaling. Then we have ordinal scaling, then interval scaling, and then also we have a ratio scaling. So when we say the different types of scaling, please mind you, there are 4 types of scaling. What are the 4 types of scaling? We have got nominal, ordinal, interval, and then ratio. Nominal, ordinal, interval, and then ratio. These are the different measures we use to collect the data. So whenever we are in the need of the data, how do we measure this data? Either by using any of this type, either nominal, ordinal, interval, or ratio, we measure the data. Now, quickly talk about what is nominal scaling, what is ordinal, what is interval, and then what is ratio. When we say nominal scaling, please understand, to define any data as a nominal scaling, please note, such data must have a labels, right? In simple terms, when the data is measured in labels, how do we say that? Means, how do you substantiate this statement? When any data is expressed in labels, or when any data is expressed in different categories, different classification, then it is called as labels, right? So when the data is measured in labels or groups or classification or different categories, such data is called as nominal scaling data. So please understand, what is nominal scaling data? It is a scaling pattern where we are going to measure the data in terms of the labels, in terms of the groups, right? In terms of the labels or in terms of the groups. A classical example for nominal scaling is gender. Gender is one of the classical examples for nominal scaling. Let's say we are trying to measure a variable called as, a dimension called as gender, right? How do you measure this gender variable then? These are the 2 labels we assign to the gender. So if you can recall, how do we assign the labels here? We assign it as male and female. When we are collecting the data with respect to gender of the respondents, right? The target audience, then how do we label it? Gender is a variable name. Below that, we mention what? Male and female. Please mind you, these are called as labels. Male is one label, female is another label, right? And there's one more added character of this nominal scaling is, as the name itself says, what do you mean by nominal? In fact, the English dictionary meaning of nominal says that there'll be equal distribution of the weights. Means all the labels will have an equal weightage. All the labels will have a fair weightage. None of the labels are superior and none of the labels are inferior. Male is not superior, female is not inferior, or vice versa. Female is not superior, male is not inferior. All the labels will have a same weightage, equal weightage, nominally distributed. That's why it is termed as what? Nominal scaling. So here the data are labeled and such label will have a equal weightage, nominal weightage. Then it is termed as nominal scaling. When the labels are having an equal weightage, such labels are termed as nominal scaling. We can go on giving number of examples for this nominal scaling. Marital status is again one classical example for nominal scaling, where in the nominal status, marital status variable will have a label like single, married, not married, and so on, isn't it? So that also falls under what kind of scaling pattern? The nominal scaling. Place of the respondent, right? For example, Bangalore, Mysore, Chennai, Hyderabad, right? So what are these labels? These are basically labels assigned to a place. So, and all these labels will have the same weightage. So just because if the respondent is from Bangalore doesn't mean that they will have a more weightage or that particular data will have more weightage. No, there's nothing like that. That's why it is called as what? Nominal scaling. So your nominal scaling is a scaling pattern where the data are labeled and all the labels will have an equal weightage, right? And then let's move on to the next one, ordinal scaling. So what is ordinal scaling? It's basically an extension of the nominal scaling where the data are labeled and such label will have a certain order, predetermined order, right? So when the data is measured on a label, and if such label is having a specific order, the predetermined order, such data can be defined as ordinal scaling. Ordinal scaling is a scaling pattern where the data are measured in groups, categories, and such categories will have a well-defined order, predefined order. The classical example for ordinal scaling is age, or let us put it in simple terms, educational qualification. Educational qualification. Right, I'll just write the short form. Now, what are the labels we assign here? Under educational qualification, we assign like SSLC and then followed by PUC or +2. Then we say graduation. And then we say post-graduation. Post-graduation, right? SSLC, PUC, graduation, post-graduation. This is how we define the labels, isn't it? SSLC, one label, PUC, second label, third is graduation, and the last one is post-graduation. And please mind you, this labels has got a specific order. What is the specific order is called as? First, we have to mention SSLC, then PUC, then followed by graduation, and then post-graduation. Can we interchange this order? For example, can we mention PUC first and then graduation, then SSLC? Does it make sense? Absolutely no, isn't it? So when we are recording these labels like SSLC, PUC, graduation, post-graduation, please mind you, it has to be recorded in the same order. That's why it is called as what? Ordinal scaling. Ordinal scaling is a scaling pattern where the data are labeled and such label will have a predetermined order, like SSLC first, then PUC, then graduation, and post-graduation. One more point which you have to consider at this point is, time is, the order can be inversed. When I say inverse of the order, what does it mean? First, you can mention post-graduation, then graduation, and then followed by PUC, SSLC. You can inverse the order, but you cannot interchange the order. That's the meaning here, right? So the order cannot be interchanged here, like SLC, PUC, graduation. It cannot be interchanged, but it can be recorded in an inverse order. So that permission is there, right? Then it's called as ordinal scaling. And the third scaling pattern is called as interval scaling. So what is interval scaling is all about? Here the data are labeled, and there'll be an order involved in the label, and there'll be even differences between the orders, right? So what do you mean by interval scaling? Here the data are labeled and such label will have a specific order and there'll be even differences between the orders. Then it's called as interval scaling, right? So all the Likert scale falls under the interval scaling pattern. For example, let us give this, let me give this example. Let's say we are talking about frequency of visit. I'm trying to measure a variable called as frequency of visit to IKEA. Frequency of visit to IKEA, right? So how do we measure this particular variable? So we measure this particular variable by recording a statement. Like I'll put it in like a scale statement by saying that, yes, I visit IKEA more frequently. I visit IKEA more frequently. Strongly disagree, and then disagree, and then neutral, and then agree, and then strongly agree. So strongly disagree, agree, and then neutral, strongly agree, isn't it? So let's understand now the interval scaling. Remember this three characters. Labels, there'll be an order and there'll be even differences. In order to mention any data as an interval scaling pattern, there should be a label, there should be an order, and there should be an even differences between the orders. For example, here, if you look at this pattern, strongly disagree, neutral, agree, strongly agree. These are all labels. And please mind you, these are recorded in a specific order. Means first strongly disagree, and then neutral, and then agree, and then strongly agree. Isn't it? Then once we record these labels in order, we try to find out the differences between the orders. Like what? Whatever the difference exists between, just a second. Yeah. Whatever the difference exists between strongly disagree to disagree, the same amount of difference exists between neutral to agree or disagree to neutral. So whatever the difference exists between disagree to neutral, the same amount of difference exists between neutral to agree. Neutral to what? Neutral to agree. And whatever the difference exists between neutral to agree, the same amount of difference we can expect in the between agree to strongly agree. Agree to strongly agree. Like how? Let's see an example. This is how the order goes here. Strongly disagree means 1 being the lowest value will be coded as strongly disagree, and then disagree as 2, 3 as neutral, agree as 4, strongly agree as 5, right? So strongly disagree to agree, strongly agree. Now look at this. So what is the difference between strongly disagree to disagree? The difference is actually 1, isn't it? What is the difference between 3 and 2? The difference is again 1. What is the difference between 4 and 3? Again, the difference is 1. And the difference between 5 and 4 is again a 1, right? So here, the data are labeled here, like strongly disagree, neutral, agree, strongly agree. These are all labels. This has got a specific order. This is defined in a predetermined order. And there is an even difference between the orders. Can you see here? So the difference between 2 and 1 is 1. 3 and 2 is 1. 4 and 5 is 1, isn't it? So this scaling pattern is defined as what? Interval scaling pattern. This scaling pattern is defined as what? Interval scaling pattern. And the last one is called as ratio scaling pattern, where the data are measured in real terms. Any data which is collected in real terms are termed as ratio data. Any data which is measured in absolute terms. Any data which is measured in absolute terms is called as a ratio data, right? A classical example for ratio data is your marks, student marks in the undergraduation program, right? Student marks in the UG program. So mention like student 1, 80%, student 2, 90%, student 3, 75%, and so on. So when the data is measured in real terms, please mind you, the same can be defined as a ratio data because the actual data is measured. The data is measured in real terms. The data is measured in what? Real terms. Then it is called as a ratio data. So this is how the types of scalings are defined. Nominal means labels. Ordinal means label with orders. Interval means label, orders, and even differences. Ratio data means the real term data, absolute terms. Now, why should we understand this concept before we proceed with the application part of the spaces? Here, we have to prioritize. We have to prioritize these labels. Okay, for example, those who are pursuing your research, when you are doing your research, MCOM academic research, you have to take a call whether you are doing your research by collecting the data from the primary data source or the secondary data source. Fine. Anyway, secondary data falls under the ratio data, where you will be measuring the real terms data like the profitability of so and so company, balance sheet information of so and so company, the income statement information of so and so company. All this falls under which category? The ratio data. But this becomes a more crucial when it comes to students who are pursuing a research, academic research on the primary data. That is, when you're collecting the data through questionnaire, this plays a very crucial role. Please mind you, right? So here, when we have to prioritize our scaling pattern, if it is a secondary data, yes, we prioritize ratio. If it is a primary data, the first priority should be given to interval scaling. So always the first priority should be given to ratio. Sometimes in social science research, collecting data in real terms is not possible or is highly difficult. In such cases, what we do here, we give importance to interval scaling pattern. And the third priority should be given to ordinal scaling pattern. And the last priority should be given to nominal scaling pattern. So this is how the priority goes. Like the first priority is always the ratio, the next priority is interval, and the third priority is ordinal, and the last priority should be given to nominal. What I'm trying to say here, when you prepare your questionnaire, right? Those who are pursuing research on primary data source, when you are preparing your questionnaire or interview schedules and so on, please try to ask questions by using a Likert scale statements. Either it could be a 3-point Likert scale or a 5-point Likert scale or a 7-point Likert scale, right? So let the pattern be any number, but try to measure the variable by asking the question through Likert scale, because that is where we measure the data nearest to the actual data, not in absolute terms, but we can measure the data in nearest to the actual terms, right? Okay. Now, again, one more discussion I'd like to put here is how do we classify this data in spaces? So please understand, nominal scale means labels. Here, the data are measured in labels, even in spaces. Nominal scalings are called as nominal only. But the second pattern is ordinal, where the data are labeled and there'll be an order. Here, ordinal scalings are also defined as ordinal in spaces. But when it comes to interval and ratio, so please note, here we do not have this classification in the spaces. The combination of interval and ratio is called as scale variable in spaces. The combination of interval and ratio is called as what? It's basically called as scale variable, right? So this is most important in spaces. Nominal will be considered as nominal, ordinal will be considered as an ordinal, interval and ratio is considered as what? Scale variable, right? So this is how the labels are defined in spaces. Now, let me begin our discussion with the spaces. I'm using Spaces 16th version. Of course, you can use the latest version, which is valid for 30 days. So since Spaces falls under the commercial version, means basically Spaces is a commercial software where we have to pay certain amount to subscribe, and then we can use it. That's what it's called as what commercial software, isn't it? Right? So I'm using Spaces 16. You can download the latest one, which is valid for 30 days. So after collecting the data, yes, within 1 month you can able to analyze the data. So you can download the free version of the Spaces and you can use the same for analysis purpose. Right now, so this is a Spaces application. This is how it looks like. So it's similar to Excel. If you can recall your Excel understanding. So in Excel also we have the number of rows and number of columns like similar to Spaces. But one advantage of Excel is that we can employ multiple functions. Maybe from the mathematical function, maybe the mathematical functions or the statistical function, solver add-in functions, logical functions, text functions. So all the applications can be employed in Excel. But this Spaces is meant for only statistical application. Only statistical calculations. For statistical calculation, we can use this particular software, Spaces. So what is Spaces stand for basically? Statistical package for social science research. What do you mean by Spaces? Statistical package for social science research. That's how we define the Spaces. Now, if you look at this application, the application looks in this order. The first section is called as untitled section. If you can look at the screen and observe here. So please look at the mouse cursor. The first section is called as untitled section, means title section. At this point, it is mentioned as untitled, means we have not saved this particular file, isn't it? So whatever the name we assign here, the same thing will get reflected here. The next section is called as menu section. All the different functions are embedded in this particular what is called as different functions, menu functions. All the different tasks are inbuilt in this particular menu function. The next section is called as ribbon section. Like the sub functions of each menu functions are defined in the ribbon section, like copy, paste, print, undo, redo, and then variable description, data description, labels, and so on. This is called as what is called as the ribbon section. Then we have this area. Look at this. This is called as a canvas area where we are going to record the data. So the next section is called as canvas area. This is where we'll be working with the data. Please mind you, we are in the data view page, right? We are in the data view page. This is where we are going to record the data. And then come to the variable view page. So place your mouse cursor on the variable view page and then select it. Now it is activated. The second page is activated. Please mind you, whichever the page gets activated, it will get highlighted. Now the data page is active. Here, now the variable page is active, right? So here we have a standard 10 columns, which will be used for different applications. Name column is usually used for recording the variable name, right? And there are various conventions. I'll not get into in depth here because we have a discussion on the statistical application. That's where we have to concentrate more here. And then here in the name column, we have to record the variable name. In type, we have to measure the respective type of the variable, like the numerical variable or a string variable. Then width of the variable, decimals, that is how many decimals do we consider for analysis purpose. And then labels are there, the full description of the variable. Values are there. Then we have got missing. If any particular data is missing, there is a way to address it, right? That we can employ here. Then there is a column which is usually meant for expanding the width column. When you have voluminous data, enormous data, we can expand the width of the column and then we can place a record for the same data. And then we have got alignment of the data, left alignment, center alignment, and the right alignment. It's only about the presentation of the data, how we want to present our data. And the last one is measurement. If you can look at this, there are 3 measurements here. Just now we discussed a unit of measurement, scaling. We have got nominal, ordinal, and then scale. So to just recall the importance of that particular discussion. Nominal will be taken as nominal here in spaces also. Ordinal will be taken as ordinal. If it is an interval or ratio, then it is taken as what? Scale variable. Isn't it? Right? Okay. Now, this is about a basic understanding. All of you look at the screen one more time. Here, what is this rows and columns indicates in the data view page. So please mind you, in data page, each row indicates the number of cases. What do you mean by number of cases? Number of cases stand for number of respondents. Let's say we have collected the data from 10 respondents. We have collected the data from 10 respondents. Then the data will occupy 10 rows. The data will occupy how many rows? The data will occupy 10 rows. When you have collected the data from the 10 respondents, the 10 rows, we are going to enter the data. The same line, let's say we have collected data from 10 respondents with respect to 2 variables, name and education. I'll put it in simple terms, name and education. Then in 10 rows, we are going to record the same data because there are 10 respondents. How many variables? There are 2 variables. In 2 columns, we are going to record the same data. First column, gender. Second column is educational qualification, right? So the point is, here the row represents data cases, nothing but respondent. Column represents variable name, right? The attribute of the variable that we are going to mention here in the variable view page, in variable column, right? Now, having understood this, let's move on to the data analysis point. So what's basically data analysis? What is basically data analysis? Okay, so once the data is collected, we cannot communicate this raw data to the end users or the stakeholders. What we have to do is we have to analyze the data. Now, how do we analyze the data? So please mind you, there are broad ways of data analysis. We have a descriptive statistics analytical tool. Then we have got something called as predictive analytics. Then we have got prescriptive analytics, and then also we'll be working on diagnostic analytics. Right? Basically, there are 4 types: descriptive analytics, predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics, and then diagnostic analytics. Where descriptive and diagnostic basically talks about the past data, right? We keep the past data and then we try to understand the pattern of the data in descriptive and diagnostic analytics. In case of predictive analytics and prescriptive analytics, we'll be working on the future estimation. Means by considering the past data, by understanding the past data pattern, we'll be predicting the future data. Or with the help of the one data, we'll try to predict the another data, another variable, isn't it? So those are the different types. Here, I'll put it in a very simple terms. In our academic project, let's use these two particular applications called as descriptive statistics, and then inferential statistics. Descriptive statistics and then inferential statistics, right? So after collecting the data can be analyzed. I'm just restricting to these two applications. Of course, there are a lot more like prescriptive, predictive, and then diagnostic. Due to time constraint, I'm just restricting to the academic research, right? So we'll be using the two applications here, descriptive statistics and inferential statistics. What do you mean by descriptive statistics? Given the data, how do we understand the nature of the data? That is the data pattern or the characteristics of the data. Let's say, for example, 5 student marks are given. Just give a simple example here, right? Student marks given. How many students? 5 student marks. The marks are like this. Assume I'm just putting some hypothetical number here. There are 5 student marks. If I ask you a question, explain the characteristics of the data. How do you explain? I'll say, yes, all the students have passed because it's more than 40 or more than 50. Then the next thing is, yes, one student has secured the highest marks, 78. One student has secured the lowest marks, which is 55. And then we can mention the average marks of this particular 5 students is so and so. The maximum marks and the minimum marks. And the difference between maximum marks and the minimum marks, range of the marks, isn't it? And then we can also talk about standard deviation. How marks are deviated from the arithmetic mean marks, average marks, whether there is too much volatility or there is a more consistency. All these are called as what? The nature of the data, the characteristics of the data. So if given data set, and if anybody asks you to explain the nature of the data, please mind you, we should begin our discussion with descriptive statistics. Like there are 3 branches: measures of central tendency, measures of dispersion, and then distribution of the data. In measures of central tendency, we talk about mean, median, mode. In measures of dispersion, we talk about standard deviation, variance, quartile deviation, Q1, Q3, and the interquartile range, and so on. And when we say distribution of the data, we talk about skewness and kurtosis, or in simple terms, whether the data is normal or not normal, whether it is distributed freely, right? So this is what the characteristics of the data, right? So how do we explain the characteristics of any given data? Please mind you, we employ descriptive statistics. We employ what? Descriptive statistics. Okay. One more point, let me specify at this particular stage. Descriptive statistics can be employed for a scale data. Okay. So the point is, don't try to employ this descriptive statistics for a nominal scaling. Like for example, gender, male, female. There also will be coding the data, but don't employ the descriptive statistics there. Employ the descriptive statistics only for a scale variable. Either it should be interval scaling or the ratio scaling, right? What comes next is inferential statistics. So basically, inferential statistics is used to draw a conclusion about any given data set. When there is a given data set, how do we draw inference about the data? How do we draw the inference about the data, right? So there we employ something called as inferential statistics, right? So for example, with respect to this data, there are 5 students. Let's say I'll make a statement by saying that, yes, all these 5 students in a classroom are smarter. 5 students are very smart. Okay. Now the question comes, how do we measure the smartness of the student? Let's measure this by keeping many parameters. In my case, I'm using a parameter called as marks. I'm trying to measure a smartness of the students with the corresponding marks, hypothetically. Just an example. There are many criteria. I'm using marks as a smart to measure the smart criteria. Right. Now, so if this check whether this statement is valid or not valid. For example, this particular 5 student class means this class is a very smart class. All the 5 students are very smart. So whether this statement is valid or not valid, we don't know, isn't it? Just because all the students have secured more than 50, we cannot say this particular class is very smart or the students are very smart. Just because 2 students have secured 78, 76, we cannot say that's considered to be very high. No, not necessarily, isn't it? Right? So therefore, what we do here, we're going to apply the inferential statistics. We're going to apply what is called as inferential statistics to draw the conclusion about the data, whether a statement is valid or not valid. A statement is valid or not valid. Then we apply application called as inferential statistics. Okay. So here in inferential statistics, sorry. So we have two broad approaches. One is called as parametric statistical tool and non-parametric statistical tool. Parametric statistical tool and non-parametric statistical tool. Okay. To draw inference about any particular data, either we can employ parametric tool, statistical tools, or the non-parametric statistical tools. And for every parametric statistical tool, please mind you, there is a corresponding non-parametric tools, right? So it starts from the frequency analysis and then chi-square test, non-parametric test, one sample t-test, Wilcoxon sign test, and then independent sample t-test, Matt-Whitney U independent sample t-test, paired sample t-test, followed by Wilcoxon paired sample t-test, Karl Pearson correlation, Spearman rank correlation, and then regression and non-parametric regression. The list keeps on going, right? The application, number of application keeps on going. Now, due to time constraint, because to cover parametric and non-parametric, huge discussion is required, like the vast discussion is required. Therefore, what I'll do here, I'll just give you a simple understanding about the parametric or non-parametric. Whenever there are various assumptions as far as applying the parametric tools and non-parametric tools, the core assumption is check whether the data is normal or not normal. Check whether the data is normal or not normal. So for applying this parametric tools and non-parametric tools, what is the criteria that we are looking for? We have to check whether the data is normally distributed or not normally distributed, whether it is distributed freely. Based on that, we can choose whether to go for parametric or non-parametric, right? Now, for this particular discussion, my focus is on parametric application. 2 hours discussion here, right? So let us begin with various parametric applications, right? So first we'll talk about how to generate, once the data is entered in the SPSS program, how to generate the frequency analysis. And then I'll also be covering chi-square test. I'll also be covering chi-square test. Then we'll talk about one sample t-test, and then independent sample t-test, Then we'll talk about paired sample t-test. Then let's talk about correlation. And then let's talk about regression, linear regression, right? Regression. So these are the contents for our discussion in the next 1 hour, right? So independent sample t-test, paired sample t-test, correlation, regression, and then one sample t-test, and how to generate the frequency analysis and the chi-square test, right? Okay, fine. Now, so what I have done is I've compiled few data sets here. Again, some random data is captured here. Let me show you it. Yeah, so we have the various data on each application. I've compiled certain data set here. I'll just open this particular data file and then let's see how to employ the different inferential statistics. How do we generate the output and how to draw the conclusion about the data? How to draw the inference about the data. And for all this application, whether it's parametric or non-parametric, let's keep a decision rule. As we look at a criteria called as p-value, or it's also called as SIG value, or it's also called as significant value. P-value, SIG value, or significant value, right? Asymmetric significant value, and so on. So this is a criteria which we consider for drawing inference about the data, especially in inferential statistics, right? So how to infer this p-value? So here there is a rule which says that at 5%, at 95% confidence interval, when the p-value falls below 0.05, when the p-value is less than 0.05, right? P or significant value is below 0.05, the decision says that reject the null hypothesis. Reject the null hypothesis, right? If the p value is greater than 0.05, then the decision rule says that accept the null hypothesis. Okay, I'm sure all of us have already discussed what is null hypothesis and alternative. Null hypothesis basically nullifies the effect of the statement, right? Like no differences, no significant differences, no significant impact, right? No significant relationship, and then there's no significant association, and so on. So based on this rule, when p value falls below 0.05, let's say we reject the null hypothesis. If it is more than 0.05, we accept the null hypothesis. This is a decision rule for all the statistical application. Please mind, for all the statistical application, this is a decision rule. So whether to reject the null hypothesis or to accept the null hypothesis. Based on this, we can take a call on the alternative hypothesis, whether to accept it or reject it. When null is rejected, please mind you, the alternative gets accepted, isn't it? When null gets accepted, the alternative gets rejected. The alternative gets rejected, right? This is how the rules works. Okay. Now, let us begin our discussion with, okay, I'll start with one sample t-test. First, let me show you how to employ the descriptive statistics. How to employ the descriptive statistics. How to employ the descriptive statistics. Yeah. So here there is a data. All of you look at the screen. Yeah, just data compiled here. There are two variables, respondent number and then financial literacy. And please note here the measurement, both the variables are scale variable, right? So the research variable is basically financial literacy score, which we have classified under the heading scale variable. Right. Now, how do we employ the descriptive statistics here? For all the applications, right? All the statistical applications are inbuilt in this drop-down menu, called as analysis or analyze. Look at the screen. So you'll find an option called as analyze. So all the applications are inbuilt here, like descriptive statistics, and then one sample t-test, independent sample t-test, weight sample t-test, two-way ANOVA, and then MANOVA, correlation, bivariate analysis, partial correlation, followed by regression, linear regression, multinomial regression, binary logistic regression. All the applications are inbuilt here. So the point is, it's not about generating the output, it's all about reporting the output. So in our academic research, how do we infer the data? That plays a very crucial role. The software is there to take care of the analysis part. No, correct? No, it will take care. How to calculate the mean value, standard deviation, everything it will report. So it's our task to report these numbers. That plays a very crucial role, right? Now, let's generate the descriptive statistics for a variable called as financial literacy score. So we have the data set for 30 respondents with respect to variable called as financial literacy score, right? So let's generate the descriptive statistics for this particular variable. Okay, how to employ the descriptive statistics? Click on this analyze button and then choose descriptive statistics. Then if you select descriptives, if you look at the sequence here, analyze, descriptive statistics, descriptives, to get this menu. This menu is basically called as input menu. This is where we are going to record the input, right? So select a variable. We are looking for descriptive statistics for a variable called as financial literacy. Select financial literacy, pass it on the other side, that is variable side. And if you select options here, all the descriptive statistical parameters are displayed here. Measures of central tendency, measures of dispersion, distribution of the data. So let me select mean value, standard deviation, I'll select only the important one, and then variance, minimum, maximum, okay, range, and then kurtosis or skewness. You can select both also. And then click continue, click OK. Click continue, click OK. Now observe my screen now. So you'll get this output, that is descriptive statistics output. Let's see how to draw the inference for this particular data. How to draw the inference. So we have number of observation in this data set 30, means total number of data cases. The respondents are 30. Range is 30. Now, how did we get this range? Basically, it's a difference between maximum and minimum. It is the difference between maximum and minimum. The maximum financial literacy score is 58. The minimum financial literacy score is 28. The difference between 58 and 28 is 30. And the average literacy score is 37.15. And we know what is mean value, the average value. Sum of the observation by number of observation. So when we take a total of all the observation and then divide it by 30, it will come 37.15. The average literacy score is 37.15. And then standard deviation, that is how the data deviates from the average value. So it deviates 6.41, either on the positive side or the negative side. Like 37 plus 6 is 43, 37 minus 6 is 31. So if you take 30 respondent, majority of the respondent score falls in between 31 to 43. That's a conclusion here. If you take 30 respondent, majority of the respondent score, financial literacy score, is falling in between 31 to 43. Then there is a variance, that is the square root of the standard deviation. 6.41 square is equal to 41.14. Then we have got something called as kurtosis statistic value. Yeah, this plays a very crucial role. Why do we need this kurtosis or the skewness value? This kurtosis and skewness value is basically to understand the distribution of the data, whether the data is normal or not normal. So there is a rule for that. When the kurtosis statistic value falls in between minus 0.5 to plus 0.5, we say that the data is normally distributed. When the skewness or kurtosis value falls in between minus 0.5 to plus 0.5, we conclude that the data is normally distributed. If kurtosis value falls in between minus 1 to plus 1, minus 1 to plus 1, then we say that the data is approximately normal. So when the skewness or kurtosis value falls below minus 1 or above plus 1, we say that the data is not normal. So in this case, if you look at the number, the statistics number, it is coming 3.93, which is greater than 1. So what does it mean? This particular data is not normally distributed. It is distributed freely. Means all the data points is not equally spread across the mean value. All the data points are widely spread across. That is what the conclusion we derive out of the kurtosis. Means the data is not normal. It is distributed freely. Okay. Now, this is about the descriptive statistics. Now, having understood the descriptive statistics, let's move on to the inferential statistics. We'll start our discussion from frequency analysis. We'll start our discussion from frequency analysis. Right. So let's come back to the data points. So here, open the data file. Open the data file. Just give me a second. Open the data file, chi-square test association. I'll just open this file. Yeah. Now, let's understand this now. Yeah. So if you look at this particular data set, there are two variables, age and investment avenue. There are two variables. There are two variables, age and investment avenue. Age and investment avenue, right? There are two variables. Okay. Now, both the variables. Both the variables are, one is ordinal scaling, another one is nominal scaling. We have got ordinal scaling and then nominal scaling, isn't it? Nominal scaling and the ordinal scaling. So to apply the chi-square test, please mind you, there should be two categorical variable. There should be two categorical variable. Only then we can apply what is called as chi-square test. There must be two categorical variable. And both the variable must be either nominal or ordinal. both the variables must be either nominal or ordinal, right? Then only we can apply an application called as statistical application called as chi-square test. So chi-square test is basically applied when we have got two categorical variable, either nominal or ordinal, right? So then we formulate the hypothesis, then we proceed with what is called as the frequency analysis and the chi-square test. The frequency analysis and the chi-square test, right? So let's see how to apply here. Okay, first let me formulate the hypothesis for the same here. The two variables are age and investment avenue. The two variables are age and investment avenue. So let me formulate the null hypothesis. Yeah, I'll write here. So null hypothesis, there is no significant association between age and investment avenues. So what does it say? Null hypothesis. There's no significant association between age and investment avenue. Where the alternative says that there is a significant association between age and investment avenue. The two variables are not associated and the two variables are associated. Null hypothesis and the alternative hypothesis. Null and alternative hypothesis. Fine. Now, how to employ this null hypothesis and the alternative hypothesis here? Look at the sequence now. Here, there's an analyze button where all the applications are dropped down, up, down, right? Okay. Select. Compare means, I'm sorry, really sorry. Analyze, select descriptive statistics. And then choose cross tab. Cross tab. Right? Now, let's bring those variables here. The two variables are age is there and then investment avenue. So, select the age variable, put it in the row shelf. Select the investment avenue, put it in a column shelf. So, analyze descriptive statistics and then cross tabulation. So, here there are two variables, age and investment avenue. Bring the age variable on the row side and the investment avenue in the column side. And then go to the statistics. Here, if you look at the very first option, there's an option called as chi-square, nothing but the association between two variables in application, statistical application. Chi-square, and then click continue. Click continue. Click OK. Click OK. Yes, we have generated chi-square test for the two variable, given two variable, that is gender and then investment, age and the investment avenue. This is how the output looks here. So we have got two variables, age and investment, chi-square test. Now, if you look at the age, these are the labels, 18 to 28, 29 to 38, 39 to 48. On the other side, investment avenues are listed, equity, mutual funds, gold, real estate, fixed deposit, others. There are 100 respondent data here. From 100 respondent, we have collected the data, of which 63 respondent age bracket falls in between 18 to 28. 36 respondent age bracket falling in between 29 to 38. Means majority of the respondent age is 18 to 28 and 29 to 38. There's hardly one respondent, investor, whose age is in between 39 to 48. So age-wise classification we have done. The same line, of this 100 respondent, majority of the respondent have selected real estate as an investment avenue. 7 respondents have selected equity. Mutual funds are selected by 5 respondents. And then gold selected by 3 respondents. 14 of them have selected fixed deposit. 5 respondents have selected others. So distribution of the data we have mentioned here. Now let's talk about the chi-square test. The very first one is Pearson chi-square value. The x square value is 39.66. The degrees of freedom is 10. Asymptotic SIG value. Asymptotic SIG value is 0.000. This is what the number we require to report the hypothesis. Can you see the screen here? I have highlighted the asymptotic SIG value. The asymptotic SIG value, right? So the value is 0.000. 0.000. Just a second. Yeah. So SIG value is 0.000. Now, how to report this number? Let's come back to the hypothesis. Just now we have discussed the decision rule. Whenever the SIG value is below 0.05, we are going to reject the null hypothesis. If SIG value is more than 0.05, we are going to accept the null hypothesis, right? So in this case, the SIG value is how much? The SIG value, nothing but P value, is exactly 0.000. Now tell me, is it more than 0.05 or less than 0.05? 0.000 SIG value, is it more than 0.05 or less than 0.05? Is it more than 0.05 or less than 0.05? Is there any possibility to get access to the chat box? Can you mention your this thing? Response here in the chat box. So since P value is 0.000, is it more than 0.05 or less than 0.05? So 0.000 is less than 0.05, isn't it? So when it is less than 0.05, what we're going to do here, we're going to reject the null hypothesis and then accept the alternative hypothesis. So since P value is less than 0.05, null hypothesis rejected, alternative is accepted. We conclude that yes, P value is below 0.05. So we are going to reject the null hypothesis, means null hypothesis statement is not valid. And when null is rejected, ultimately we get accepted. We conclude that there is a significant association between age and the investment ability. Yes, these two variables are highly significant, means highly significantly associated. Highly significantly associated. This is how we conclude about this particular data, right? When we had two categorical variable, to check the association between such variable, we applied a chi-square test. And all these tables has to be reported along with the hypothesis. And at the end, we draw the inference. There is no significant association between age and investment revenue. Null hypothesis rejected. There is a significant association between age and investment revenue is accepted, right? And then we conclude about this particular data. Okay. Now, we have completed the very first discussion, that is under the inferential statistics, we understood how to infer about the frequency analysis and the chi-square test. How to report the inference about the chi-square test and the frequency analysis. Let's move on to the next application called as one sample t-test, right? So for this particular case, please mind you, there should be one either interval or ratio data, which we call it as scale variable. There must be one scale variable and there must be one categorical variable. Categorical variable. And we know what do you mean by categorical variable? Either nominal or ordinal. And this categorical variable must have only two labels. Not two labels. That's the next case. There must be one categorical variable or a metric variable. One sample t-test basically applied to compare sample mean with the population mean. We are going to compare what? Sample mean and the population mean. So here we must have a metric variable. We must have a metric variable. Okay. Here, this small case on this one sample t-test. So I'll just open this file, just a second. Yeah. Right. A small case on this one sample t-test. Look at this. The state of Karnataka, in one of its advertisement, claiming that the average financial literacy score of the Karnataka people is on par with the average financial literacy score of the people who are residing in 5 states. So to understand this, whether the statement is correct or not correct, a sample of 30 respondents is captured from the state of Karnataka, and the same thing is compiled in the SPSS file. The average financial literacy of the people at the top 5 financial literate state is found to be 42, mean or median. Now we have to check whether the statement is valid or not valid, right? So we'll be applying one sample t-test to check the comparison between, or to find out the differences between sample mean and the population mean. One sample t-test is basically applied to compare sample mean and the population mean. To compare sample mean with the population mean. Right. So here, what is sample mean? Sample mean was the literacy, financial literacy of Karnataka people, isn't it? What was the population mean? The population mean is financial literacy of 5 states people. 5 states people. Karnataka people and the 5 states people. So we are comparing sample and the population here. What tool is suitable here? So we are going to apply the one sample t-test to compare the sample mean and the population. Let's formulate hypothesis quickly, then we'll test the hypothesis, right? Yeah. So the null hypothesis, let us put it this way. There is no significant difference. There is no significant difference between sample mean, that is Karnataka state people financial literacy, and population mean. So null hypothesis is that there's no significant difference between sample mean and the population mean. There is no difference between average financial literacy score of Karnataka state and other 5 states. Where the alternative says that there is a significant difference. There is a significant difference between sample mean and population mean. There is a significant difference in average financial literacy score of Karnataka people and other 5 states people. So let's test this particular case. So here there's a file called as one sample t-test financial literacy. I'll open this particular file. So let's see how to apply the one sample t-test here. All the applications are listed here in this analyze drop-down menu. Analyze, compare means, and then select one sample t-test. Analyze, compare means, and then one sample t-test. Analyze, compare means one sample t-test. We get this input menu. Select the research variable here. The research variable is financial literacy score. And there's something called as test value. So what is the test value here? The population mean was given in the case study. It was 42. Other 5 state people literacy score was 42. Now we are comparing the 30 people financial literacy score with 42 average score, right? Whether it's equal or not equal, or is there any difference? And then that's all. The input is ready. Click OK. So now it has generated the output. Now let's understand how to report it. There were 30 respondents selected from Karnataka. Their average literacy score was found to be 37.15. Please mind you, just now we saw the average literacy score of other 5 states was 42, whereas the average financial literacy score of 30 respondents, 30 people in Karnataka is 37.15. Yes, here itself we can conclude that yes, there is a difference between 42 and 37.15. But what we are checking, there's scientific difference or no? Means there is a significant difference or there is no significant difference. How do you check that? Now look at this. 42, 37.15, there is a difference of minus 4.85. So look at the output screen here. There's a difference of how much? Minus 4.850. How come this minus 4.850? Which is basically 37.15 minus 42. 37.15 minus 42. So the difference is how much? Minus 4.850. Minus 4.850. Right? So now let's draw the conclusion here. Just a second. Okay. Now, how do we conclude about this output? So mainly we look at this SIG value. Can you look at the SIG value here? The SIG value is 0.000. Significant value is 0.000. So significant value is 0.000. Let's come back to this and then mention the same here. P is equal to 0.000. Now tell me whether it is more than 0.05 or less than 0.05. So P value is less than 0.05. P value is what? Less than 0.05. So what is the decision now? Since the significant value is below 0.05, we are going to reject the null hypothesis. When null is rejected, we're going to accept the alternative hypothesis. And we conclude that there is a significant difference between Karnataka people financial literacy score and the other 5 states people financial literacy score. Who is more financial literate? As per this data, it is found that yes, 42. Other 5 states people having more literacy score or more financial literate compared to Karnataka state people financial literacy, right? So financial literacy of Karnataka people is less compared to other 5 states people financial literacy. How much it is less? Minus 4.85. So other 5 states people possess more financial literacy compared to Karnataka. That's the bottom line here. So this is where we apply a concept called as one sample t-test, right? To compare the sample mean and the population mean. To compare the sample mean and the population mean, right? Okay, let's move on to the next one. So just a second. Right. So the next concept is independent sample t-test. The next concept is independent sample t-test. So what is this independent sample t-test? When do we apply this independent sample t-test? That's the question now. So independent sample t-test is a technique which is basically applied to find out the differences between two groups or between exactly 2 groups. For example, I'll give you an example. So let's say we are trying to compare the marks secured by male students and the marks secured by the female students. We are trying to compare the marks secured by the male student and the marks secured by the female students, right? Whether there is a significant difference between male student marks, the female student marks. So please mind you here, marks is a scale variable, metric variable. Male and female is basically a nominal variable, categorical. So independent sample t-test is applied to compare the categorical variable, which is having 2 labels, in the metric variable. So we are trying to compare the differences in metric variable across 2 labels of the categorical variable. So marks is a metric variable, male and female is a categorical variable, nominal, right? Having 2 labels. In such scenario, we apply this independent sample t-test. In such scenario, we apply independent sample t-test. Now, let's come back to this file. Just one case on this independent sample t-test, academic stress score. Okay, this data is about understanding. This data is about understanding who is having more academic stress score. Whether who are working in teachers who are working in private school or the teachers who are working in government schools. So here there is a classification. Efficiency score, which is measured for academic stress score, the efficiency of the academics. So which is measured through academic stress score. And the type of school is classified as private school and the government school. So here we have got efficiency as a metric score or a metric variable and school, type of school as categorical variable. So we are trying to compare, is there any difference in efficiency level for working in private school and the government school, right? So let's measure this particular variable and then we'll formulate the hypothesis. The 2 variables are efficiency is one variable. Another variable is school type. Efficiency is a metric variable. School is a categorical variable having exactly 2 labels. Having exactly how many labels? 2 labels. Let's formulate hypothesis for this, then we'll report the hypothesis. The test, we'll apply the test. So the null hypothesis, there is no significant, there's no significant difference in efficiency of teachers working in private and government schools. There is no significant difference in efficiency of teachers working in government and private schools. The alternative says that there is a significant difference. There is a significant difference in efficiency of teachers who are working in private and government schools. There's no significant difference. There's a significant difference. Right. Now, let's test this hypothesis. Let's come back to the data file. Okay. So how do we apply the independent sample t-test here? This is syntax. We click on this analyze button. So all the applications are listed here. Analyze, compare means, and then independent sample t-test. This is how we apply the independent sample t-test here. Analyze, compare means, independent sample t-test. Analyze, compare means, independent sample t-test. Now the test variable is academic ratings, which is used to measure the efficiency level. School type under the grouping of variable. In school, how many types are there? There are 2 types. Which are the 2 types? Defined groups. So group 1 is private school, group 2 is government school. That's how we have labeled here. Private school and the government school. Private school and the government school. Click continue. Yes, the input is ready. Click OK. Click continue. Click OK. Right. So we have got the output here. Let's see how to report this output. So the first table talks about the group statistics, nothing but descriptive statistics. 20 teachers from the private school were selected, 24 teachers from the government school were selected for this particular research. And the average academic scoring or the academic grade of the private school teacher is 42.55, whereas the government school teacher is found to be 39.12. So here, by looking at this number, we can say that yes, private school teachers' academic ratings is high, 42.55, whereas government school teacher academic ratings is low, 39.12. But what we have to look at is whether there is a significant difference in academic ratings or there's no significant difference. That we'll check with the help of the SIG value. Look at the next one, independent sample t-test table. So first we have got Levin statistic value, which is basically a test used to check the assumption, homogeneity assumption. So here SIG value is 0.000, means equal variance is not assumed. We should not report the first row value since the assumption is not satisfied. Is concluded that equal variance is not assumed. We have to report the second one. SIG value 0.017. Let's make a note of the same here. SIG value is 0.017. 0.017. So here the p value is 0.017, which is less than 0.05, which is less than the significant that is significant level is 0.05, confidence level is 0.95. So here 0.017 is below 0.05, hence null hypothesis rejected and alternative is accepted. Alternative is accepted. We conclude that there's a significant difference in efficiency of teachers who are working in private school and government school. There is a significant difference in efficiency of teachers working in private school and government school. So the bottom line is private school teacher academic ratings was 42, government school was 39, teachers was 39. We say that yes, private school teachers are more efficient compared to the government school as per the given data, right? So we found that there was a significant difference. So this about the independent sample t-test which is applied to find the differences in metric variable across the 2 labels of the categorical variable. Now, so the next concept is paid sample t-test. The next concept was what we discussed earlier is paid sample t-test. So when do we apply this paid sample t-test? Paid sample t-test is applied to find out the differences in the related differences in the metric variable of the same group. Differences in the metric variable which is collected from the same group, that is related sample. So here there's a simple example for this metric variable, sorry, related sample. So look at this case, a data which is collected from 10 diabetic patients, that is blood pressure count of the 10 diabetic patients before exercise, after exercise. So data was gathered from 10 diabetic patients. One is before exercise and another one is after exercise. Please mind you, this is called as related sample, means followed up data. The data is collected from the same respondent. So here, how do we formulate the hypothesis? We say that there is no significant difference in blood pressure count of the diabetic patient before exercise, after exercise. Alternative, we say that there is a significant difference in blood pressure count before and after exercise, right? So how do we test this hypothesis? Analyze, compare means, and the third classification is paid sample. And then we record the input here, BP count before exercise, BP count after exercise, BP count before exercise, BP count after exercise, then okay. Right, we get the output here. The first table talks about the descriptive statistics. 2.47 is the average BP count before exercise. 2.0806 is the average blood pressure count after exercise. Means the BP count has come down. How much? So 2.47 minus 2.06 is 0.41. It has decreased by 0.41. Whether this 0.41 difference is a significant difference or a negligible difference, for that we look at this SIG value. How much is the SIG value here? SIG value is 0.02, which is basically less than 0.05. We reject the null hypothesis, accept the alternative. We conclude that yes, there is a significant difference in BP count before exercise and after exercise. So BP has come down drastically because of the exercise. That's the bottom line here. Okay. Now, the next component is ANOVA, analysis of the variance. So again, analysis of the variance is applied to find out the differences, in metric variable across categorical variable, where categorical variable is having more than two labels. So here, ANOVA is applied to find out the differences in metric variable across categorical variable, but such categorical variable will have more than two labels. In such scenario, we apply this ANOVA, analysis of the variance, one-way ANOVA specifically. So I have just a small case on this, one-way ANOVA metro city. Okay, let me explain you about the data. So this data was pertaining to a new product launched by the petrol company, Indian Oil Corporation. So, but they were not sure how this new product is going to be sold in different metro city. Metro City 1, Metro City 2, Metro City 3. It was basically Bangalore, Mumbai, and Delhi. Right? The average sale of this particular petroleum product was measured here in gallons. So there's one metric variable and one categorical variable type of the metro city. There are more than two labels. First metro city, second metro city, third metro city. Bangalore, Mumbai, and Delhi. For this, how do you formulate hypothesis? We say that there's no significant difference in sale of petroleum product across three metro city. Alternative, there is a significant difference in sale of petroleum product across three metro city. Let's apply the ANOVA technique here. The syntax is analyze, compare means, and then followed by one-way ANOVA. Let's record the input here. Sale of gasoline is a dependent variable. Metro city is an independent variable. Yeah, let's perform the one-way ANOVA. We have got the output here. So here, the SIG value is 0.000, which is below 0.05. So what do we do here? We are going to reject the null hypothesis, accept the alternative. So the bottom line is, yes, there is a significant difference in the sale of petroleum product across three metro cities. In all the three metro cities, the sale is not the same. So it is found that there was a significant difference in the sale. In which particular metro city there is a maximum sale, in which particular metro city there is a lowest sale, that we can exploit, means that information we can extract with the help of the descriptive statistics. We look at the average sale value. Based on that, we draw a conclusion. In which particular metro city there was a maximum sale, in which particular metro city there was a minimum sale. So in this case, if you employ the descriptive, in the third metro city there was a maximum sale. In the second metro city, Chennai, there was a minimum sale. In Delhi, it was more. In Chennai, it was less. Right? So due to the driving habits of the people, it was found the sale was maximum in Delhi, minimum in Mumbai, not the Chennai, sorry. It was in Mumbai. This is about the one-way ANOVA. And the next concept is correlation. So correlation is basically employed to find out the relationship between two or more than two metric variable 2 or more than 2 metric variable. So when we have got 2 or more than 2 metric variable, to find out the relationship, we apply the correlation, whether two variables are associated, related or not related. Okay. How to employ? I'll come back to this application. So I've just compiled one data set here regarding correlation. So the data is about understanding the relationship between DuPont score, profitability, and the Altman Z score, liquidity. So is there a relationship between profitability and liquidity, or there is no relationship? Null hypothesis, we stated as there is no significant relationship. Alternative, we stated as there is a significant relationship. How do you test this hypothesis? Let's look at this syntax. Analyze, correlate, and then bivariate. Analyze, correlate, bivariate. So select all the variables, profitability, liquidity, and then select Pearson. If it is normally distributed, if not normally, select the Spearman. I'll select both here and then apply. Yes, we have generated output of the correlation technique. We have got both Carl Pearson correlation, Spearman rank correlation. In both the cases, if you look at the SIG value, it is Carl Pearson 0.866, Spearman rank correlation 0.694. So in both the cases, the correlation values, I mean, the p value is more than 0.05. So when p is more than 0.05, we are going to accept the null hypothesis to reject the alternative. We conclude that yes, there is no significant relationship between profitability and liquidity. These two variables, there is no significant difference, right? That's a conclusion. Profitability is not correlated with liquidity. And the next technique is regression. So regression technique is again used to find out the impact of one metric variable on other metric variable. One metric variable on the other metric variable. So whether one metric variable is having an impact or there is no impact. So the small data set on this, we'll open this regression model. Regression model. Yes. Financial literacy and investment decision. Let's consider these two variables. Is there any impact of financial literacy on investment decision, or there's no impact, right? So dependent variable is investment decision and independent variable is financial literacy. And the syntax goes in this way. Syntax goes in this order. Analyze, and then regression, under that linear regression. So we are checking the impact of literacy on investment decision. Decision is dependent variable, independent variable is financial literacy. I just click OK. Yes, we have got an output here. So R value, the correlation value is 0.580. There is a positive correlation between financial literacy and investment decision. R square value, the square of the R value is 0.336. So the dependent variable explanation by independent variable is 0.336. Investment decision was explained by literacy, financial literacy, up to 33.6%. If you take 100 minus 33.6%, the unexplained variance accounts for like 67%. So there could be some other factor which contributes to investment decision that is not captured in our regression model. ANOVA says that the model is significant because SIG value is 0.30. Let's look at this pattern now. The intercept value is 1.578, literacy beta coefficient is 0.592, and the SIG value is 0.000. So SIG value is less than 0.05, which says that there's a significant impact of literacy on investment decision. How much impact? The orders, the slope line goes in this order. Y is equal to 1.57, which is basically an intercept, plus 0.592 multiplied by financial literacy. Means for every 1 unit change in the literacy, financial literacy contributes to investment decision up to 0.592 units. If literacy increases by 1 unit, investment decision quality improves by 0.592 units. If literacy decreases by 1 unit, the investment decision quality deteriorates by 0.59 units. Means there is a significant impact of literacy on the investment decision. Right? So this is how we report the regression model, the regression equation, the slope line. Yes. So all the parametric tests were covered right from frequency and the chi-square test, non-parametric test, one sample t-test to compare the sample mean and the population mean, independent sample t-test to compare the differences in metric variable between two groups, paid sample t-test to compare the differences between two related groups, correlation to find out the relationship between two metric variable, regression to check the impact of one variable on the other variable, right? So yes, within the short time, I have tried to compile all the information. If any questions or doubts, you can ask me now. You can put it in the chat box also. If any questions or doubts, you can put it in the chat box. Any questions?
Sir, there is one question from Nagesh M.
Yes, ma'am.
Data interpreted in any of the other softwares other than SPSS is acceptable.
There are many
for our-
softwares, like right from Excel. The same functions can be employed in the Excel. Jamovi software is there, JASP is there, and so on. There are many software for execution part. But as far as report writing is concerned, yes, it's individual. We have to write the report. There's no software for report writing. Means there are softwares, but again, it will account for plagiarism, which is not recommended. So we should not recommend those softwares.
Like for dissertation, is it only from the SPSS or from even from other softwares can be done? Is
Correct. For literature, we can use, there are many softwares like LitScript is there, and then of course Gemini, Sora. There are many softwares are there we can use.
Sir, there is another question from Jeevita Karna.
Yeah.
What is the minimum sample size?
Minimum sample as far as project is concerned, of course, 100 plus sample we suggest. So 100 plus data point should be there for a academic project. Again, there is nothing like quantification or minimum maximum. So for all the academic projects, we go for 384, or in worst cases, at least 100 plus should be there. 30, 40, we don't recommend. Sample size at least 100 plus should be there for a primary data source. Yes.
Thank you so much for clarifying the doubts of our participants. I request Andani sir to actually propose the vote of thanks for this session.
Well, as Madam said, so it is very insightful session, sir. Thank you so much for giving an inputs on what is primary data, secondary data, and what are the difference between different kinds of data, like categorical data and scalable data. So it is very useful information for preparing dissertation report for students. And also, sir, as mentioned, covered means a descriptive analysis, a parametric test, non-parametric test, and also the topics covered by sir, hypothesis testing. So through using different SPSS statistical tool. So it is a very insightful session, sir. Thank you so much. So we are thankful to you for accepting our invitation and gracing this event, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I thank all of you for your patience listening. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your precious time spending with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I'll leave from the meeting, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker, so that he will share some important words with you all. Dr. S. Satyeshwar. He is presently working as a principal in Jyoti Nivas College. Dr. S. Satyeshwar sir is an experienced professional with strong leadership and relationship building skills with demonstrated history of working in education management industry, trained in the field of commerce and management with fair knowledge of finance, marketing, human resource management, and proven multitasking abilities. Skilled in e-learning, analytical skills, lecturing, educational technology, and curriculum development. Goal-oriented individual with pleasant personality and a tenacity that knows no restrictions. Strong educational professional with a doctorate of philosophy in financial management and comes with a total 25 years of experience. He has rich experience as an academician, administrator, researcher, and has worked in several reputed institutions in different capacities and has come up with sheer hard work and efforts. Sir, today we are overwhelmed with your presence in this virtual platform. I take up this opportunity in this occasion to have your valuable words and insights to our students. Over to you, sir.
Well, good afternoon.
Yeah,
Am I
yes, sir.
audible?
You're audible. Yeah, you're audible.
Thank
sir.
you. Good afternoon and namaste to all of you. Respected Dean and Chairperson of Department of Commerce, Professor Sarvamangala Madam, the Vice Chancellor, Registrar Evaluation, esteemed faculty colleagues from various colleges of Bangalore University, research scholars, and fourth semester students of MCOM. First and foremost, I would like to thank you all for giving me an opportunity to probably talk a few minutes on this valedictory session on this dissertation workshop. Well, having said, I think from past, say, 2.5, 3 hours, you would have been subjected to various nuances of research by experts in the field. And I'm very sure they would have given you a whole lot of insights as to how you will have to probably pick up a title or a topic and how do you go about conducting the research. And also they would have taught you in detail as to what are the different tools available in terms of statistical tools, how do you analyze, interpret data, and what is the kind of a question you will have as a researcher, and more so, very importantly, how do you interpret and draw a conclusion, to give a very logical end to your project. These are all very important aspects. I'm very sure the eminent experts who have been speaking to all from morning hours would have been sharing a lot of insights on all these aspects. And let me probably cap up, give you a kind of a capsule training for this valedictory program. See, well, as you all are aware that you would be doing students who have got admitted to MCOM, they would have had an experience of how do you conduct, but at the same time, the commerce students, especially BCom students who would have come to MCOM, would be seeing this particular project, dissertation for the first time. See, I would let me, talk to you in a very, straightforward manner. A very important aspect to all of us because it is a part and parcel of your fourth semester project, and it's a part and parcel of your MCOM degree as well. So first and foremost, I would like to urge all of you to take this project dissertation very seriously. Do it in a very judicial and orthodox manner so that there would be of some benefit to all of you people and to the society at large. So no matter you would be doing for the first time, but quality research is what is very important, and it is expected of all the students of fourth semester MCOM. Let me tell you, research, as we all said, it is all research. You are doing nothing new. It is only that you are finding something to the, you are adding something to the additional body of knowledge, and you would be contributing to the body of knowledge. And as a matter of fact, you would have to lay hands on different aspects. Say it could be finance, it could be, say, HR, it could be general management and accounting principles, it could be even entrepreneurship. See, there is no bound for you people to go and conduct a project on various topics of your interest, but you need to pick up the right topic and then start focusing on that particular topic, and then probably you can narrow it down and take this forward. I'm very sure there would be a lot of expert guides in your respective colleges who would have some good experience of how do you go about conducting the research for MCOM fourth semester students. And I'm very sure you can always rely upon them. Probably they would be the best guide to all of you people to take you through this particular project and all other nuances of doing the fourth semester research. See, let me tell you a very important 12 important points which comes as a part of the research design. Say introduction. First of all, the topic. What kind of topic is is very important for you? How do you select a topic? That's very, very important today, because choosing a right topic would definitely help you, and that would actually serve your purpose, and it should definitely make your path a very easy and comfortable one. See, the project title or the topic should be futuristic in nature. First things first, it should have some future significance, because it is very important that you contribute to the body of knowledge, but whatever you have done, it should remain for at least, say, next 2-3 years, if not more than that. And it should have present relevance too. It is very important that we need to have a topic which is having present relevance, so that you can have more scope for conducting a very vast and in-depth research. It should also have a global perspective. First thing we need to understand, I am not doing it only for my MCOM. I am not doing it only for Bangalore University. I am not doing it only for Karnataka. You should have that kind of a perspective that your project can go up to the global perspective. That should be kind of a topic which you should be able to select, and at the same time you should be able to justify. And there should be some good amount of research done by the past researchers. Otherwise, it would become very dark, and it would be probably, it will lead you to very untidy paths. Probably it would not help the purpose. There should be some good amount of research which should be done by the past researchers, so that you can lay your hands on the past data. It is very important in the research. And at least, the research should be relevant for next 3 years. And very importantly, please underline this, sentence. This particular topic or the research, whatever is doing, should be of your interest and liking. Do not take up something which is not of your interest, which is not of your liking. It is very important that you take the topic which is close to your heart, and at the same time do it very, very passionately. These points are very relevant when it comes to how do you pick up a topic or how do you frame a title. Once you pick up the topic, like you list down, say, at least 10 topics of relevance which you would want to do, sit with your guide, and probably you can frame the title later. And once you start framing the title should have to have that kind of an introduction. For example, you are conducting a study on the behavior of investors in a downward market or in a forward market, market which is moving upwards. What is the kind of a behavior by the investors when you are doing such a kind of a topic? Or you could also be doing a topic something like the the socio-economic impact of the technology in the technology disruption which has happened in the banking sector today. There are a lot of disruptions which has happened in the banking sector, especially you look up to the fintech sector. Fintech, there are a lot of disruptions which has happened there. You can definitely understand as to be doing and what is the kind of impact or the technology impact which is happening on the socio-economic impacts which is happening on the technology disruptions. Or it could be, how do you safeguard the the frauds which are happening on the bank today? There are a lot of frauds which are happening on the online digital platforms. How do you safeguard the investors? How do you safeguard the account holders from all these kind of elements? So in depth on that particular topic would be always suffices your introduction chapter. And once it comes to the statement of the problem, you should go deep into the problem. Identify the problem. Once the problem is identified, half of the research is done. So once you identified the problem, then draw a statement. The statement of the problem should not be more than, say, if I have to say, not more than 7 to 8 lines. Within that 7 to 8 lines, record your statement of problem. Then you talk about the scope of the study. What is the scope of the study? Where all your study can lay your hands up to, where all you can put your hands up to. That is what. Please define the scope properly so that you will not be able to, travel across the length and breadth of the country. You can only be, restricting yourself to a particular, domain, so that you will have a better impact and you can have a better of the problem, and you can address that particular research problem. And then when it comes to the objectives of the study, you need to have probably a minimum of 3 or a maximum of 4 objectives. I don't suggest more than 4, because for dissertation of 4th semester MCOM, you can restrict to 4 important objectives. See, the objective should be smart. It should be specific. It should be measurable. It should be achievable. It should be realistic, and it should be time bound. You keep these 5 acronyms, SMART. SMART is the acronym for your objectives. Once you are setting the objective based on your title, then probably half of the work is again done. Then pick up the right research methodology. See, for a students, you can always rely upon different types of research. It could be primary analytical research, or it could be kind of a case study analysis, or it could be a descriptive study. We can use various research methodologies, but at the same time, you should know what is the kind of research are you doing. If your research is primarily based on primary data, then you can conduct your research in a primary form, and there are a lot of survey tools which are available. Say, for example, the best Google form, which we all know. The Google form is the best survey tool which you can definitely rely your hand on. And you have Survey Monkey, which is another best survey tool. And you have Typeform, you have Survey Legend, you have something called as Microsoft Forms. Microsoft Forms are also very popular and very, very dynamic in nature. And also you have something called as Qualtrics. There are different survey tools which you can use as a part of your research to collect the data. So once you design the research methodology, you talk about the data collection, whether it could be a primary data or a secondary data, and you can use various type, start going about your research. When it comes to the hypothesis of the study, see, it is very important at the MCOM 4th semester level. You can definitely have 1 or 2 hypotheses, or a maximum of 4 hypotheses, which can prioritize further for your investigation. It can give you a direction as to how do you go about conducting the research in a very orthodox manner. And you can draw a maximum of 4 hypotheses. The hypothesis would set a priority for further investigation. And coming to the sampling, it is very important that you have the right sample method. You choose the right sampling method, whether it could be a probability method or non-probability method. It is very important to select the right type of sample. Once you select the right type of the sample, and you can fix a frame, sampling frame, because you should not go out of the boundary. It is very important that you stay well within the boundary. Like how the cricket is played well within the 22 yards and the circle, you need to have a boundary for your sampling frame. You should not go beyond that, because it would become cumbersome and difficult for a researcher like you, who wants to do a very valid and very authentic, beautiful research. And size, you need to pick up the right sample size. Once you pick up the right sample size, once you have the right sampling method, and you draw the sampling frame, the entire maybe 60% of the research is actually done. you need to have some conceptual clarity, give some operational definitions in your research topic also, because at the same time, there would be a lot of people who would be layman, who would be laying their hands on the research of yours. They should also need to understand how, what is the kind of work you have done, what is that you have done in your research, what are the kind of terminologies you have used. So to benefit these people, you have to have some operational definitions given in your research chapters. And very importantly, coming to the data analysis, data analysis in interpretation is very, very important. Use of statistical tools are very, very important. Today, you have a good number of statistical tools which can be used in the research. And popularly, if it is a kind of a primary survey or a secondary survey, you can use different types of statistics to justify your analysis and interpretation. You can use chi-square, you can use ANOVA, one-way ANOVA or two-way ANOVA to establish the analysis of variance. And you have correlation techniques, you have regression, multivariate regression techniques, which can be used depending upon the kind of the data you have taken, whether you are taking kind of a parameters, non-parametric data, the kind of data whatever picking, absolutely it can support that kind of a research also. And you should be able to pick up the right statistical tool. I'm sure like your guides would be in a definite position to explain to you what kind of data, what kind of statistical tool can be used for the research. And coming to the next part, it is about the limitations of the study. In the limitations of the study, you please make it very clear that as a student of research, you are only a student of research and you are not a lavish spender, or unlike like any corporates or piggies which conduct a lot of research, you are only a student of research, which means your scope and your limitations are always there. So do not go beyond, or do not put hands beyond your extent, you can extend your hands. You ensure that there are certain limitations are always bound to happen, and you also acknowledge those limitations, and accordingly you conduct your research. And finally, there would be a chapter scheme which talks about different chapters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you have this bibliography and annexures, and all these things are all very important in the entire gamut of your research. And it is very important to state the bibliography also. When you are also drawing the contents in every page, you can probably add some footnotes on the at every page, maybe 1 or 2 footnotes. It is justifiable because not necessary that it needs to be there on every page, but at the same time, footnotes would actually act as a reference to the readers, because the entire research work, whatever you have done, would be read by so many people. Once have that kind of a opinion, and then probably start putting footnotes at the bottom of the page, and then draw a beautiful bibliography which can be cited. At the same time, you can refer various published, unpublished articles, journals, magazines, and you can draw references from textbooks. So this is the entire gamut from where you can pick up your data from. The secondary data, it will act as a very vital information, and you can actually put in a lot of flesh and blood to your entire research with the help of secondary data as well. And once you are drawing this particular bibliography, and always ensure that the annexures are also very, very important. The annexures can carry your questionnaire, or maybe you would have visited some top class libraries like Indian Institute of Management libraries, or Indian Institute of Science library, or any library which you feel is relevant for your study. You can always put in those entry forms or entry slips, which can be part and parcel of your annexures, because you have done a very authenticated research. Why not putting all those there also? So it gives a lot of conviction, saying that you have gone to those places, done some hard work, you have made your hands dirty, and you have gone in depth of research, and you have done a very nice, fantastic job. So these are all very, very important. And of course, the timeline, what is that you did in week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, week 6, during the time frame of the entire project, what is that you have done? So put it in a very systematic manner. So the entire research it should reflect your experiences, because you are the one who are doing the research. No matter, it could be guided by your guide, or it could be guided by your teachers, well-wishers, and all other things. But it is you who are in person done the research, and you have gone depth of the research and done what is required to be done for your topic or the title. So at the same time, be very gracious enough to acknowledge. If you have borrowed some sources, please acknowledge at the end or wherever it is required. Profusely you acknowledge the article references which you have taken from, because today people have to also look into the plagiarism also. That is also very, very important. So do not just pick it up somewhere and put it in your name. So also do give references and acknowledgements to do researchers who have done the research in the past, that you have picked up the data from this particular source. That is very, very important. So this is what I would want to talk at this point of time. I thought, because from morning you have been covering the entire gamut of research, like how to frame the title, what is the research design all about, how do you do the analysis and interpretation. A good amount of information has been downloaded to you, all of you people, from the experts who have been doing it from the morning. So I thought, let me probably give you kind of a capsule training to the entire research, so that it will kickstart your research work at the earliest and help you to become masters of commerce by conducting this particular dissertation workshop also. And at the same time, you would also be very, very beneficial and thankful to the department, because it has given you an opportunity to do a very valid research, a qualitative research, which is very, very important at your level. Once you have done this, I'll tell you, this can give you this could be a guiding force, or it would be a pathfinder for your career. Maybe you can talk about this research in your interviews whenever you go and attend the interviews. Prospective employers would be definitely appreciating the kind of work what you have done. That is, it's all about how you put it across to the employer. When you sit into the employer for an interview across the table, you need to put it in the right way, that what is that you have done, what is the kind of work you have done to enhance the quality of research. All those things can be explained, and ensure that you benefit out of this particular dissertation, project dissertation. This is all about what I wanted to say, and I would like to thank Professor Sarvamangla Madam for giving me an opportunity to speak few words on the occasion of valedictory of this fourth semester MCOM project dissertation workshop. Thank you, Madam, and thank you each one of you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir has given a very complete insight about what are all the prerequisites of a very good research, and how the selection of topics should be, and what is the relevance, what should be the scope, and what exactly should be the objectives, what are all the hypothesis testing, research methodology, data collection. And he has also given so many insights about how can you use the Survey Monkey, Google Forms for collecting the data which is required for your research, and also how exactly we can go about the statistical tools, parametric and non-parametric tests. He has also precisely told you about the bibliography references, and also relating to the plagiarism, which was very handy and precise and compact at this point of time, sir. And within a very short call, you have kindly accepted our invitation to address this session. And I can completely assure you that your expertise, knowledge, insights were very apt and need of the hour. And the students would have drawn completely valuable crux from this address. Thank you so much, sir, for spending and sparing your very precious time with us this evening. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Major. My pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now I request any of the participants who can completely voluntarily share your feedbacks with us.
Those who are willing to give feedback, kindly raise your hands. So we'll allow you to speak out.
Netravati, you can just unmute Devendra, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Sir, you can share your feedback, sir.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. First of all, the invitation which was extended to the group or the commerce students, I'm very thankful for that. And any event organized by Department of Commerce under the leadership of Professor Sarvamangla will excel, and it has excelled. That is the result of today's workshop. And the 2 years back or 5 years back, this kind of workshops were organized only through offline, and only selected students will be able to participate. But however, in this workshop, I think the participants have got maximum benefit, and it has reached maximum number of participants as compared to the offline workshop. And moreover, the workshop has given the idea not only about research, what they can explore further, and this would have ignited the mind of few of the MCOM scholars or MCOM PG scholars to take up even the PhD program after this. That kind of information and message is being delivered. So don't consider this as a part of your curriculum. Out of your interest, if you do this, definitely you will excel. And out of this morning 499, houseful it was there in the morning seminar, the workshop, it was houseful because many of the comments I saw in the group, we are not able to enter. That means there is a demand for the knowledge. That knowledge is being explored today in this platform. I would like to thank all the scholars. They were really scholars of the department. Example, there are many, so that's why I'm telling all the scholars. All the scholars have contributed very wonderful for the growth of the department from the student angle of and faculty point of view. Everybody will get have got the rich benefit out of today's workshop, and definitely I feel that all the MCOM students project will be one step ahead than the previous batch. Why? Because this kind of input is not given in the previous batches. So everybody please make use of this particular information. Let it be more productive, and wish you a very good research either in short term or long term. Short term is MCOM, long term is PhD. Thank you one and all for the organizing committee.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable feedback on this session. We are completely overwhelmed with your response. The next feedback, the raised hand is from Dr. Ramesh Venkataramappa. You can unmute.
Madam, the program was excellent, marvelous, amazing.
Yes.
All resource persons are really, really optimum. Thank you so much, madam. Thanks a lot for all organizers, including Sarvamangala, madam.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Next, I call upon raised hand, that is S. Lavanya, to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon to one and all. Being a student, we have to do the dissertation at this point of time for 4th semester as a part of our academic activity. We were in a state of confusion, like how to select a topic, which is our interested area, and how to proceed further to prepare the report, and how to search for the information, how to gather all at one place. These were all the questions which were flowing throughout our minds through these days. The thing is, like, we got a structured idea or the blueprint or a map on how to proceed and complete our dissertation, and all the information shared by all the resource persons from morning. It was we gained a lot of insights which were really helpful, ma'am. Thank you very much for organizing this, and we really enjoy sitting at home and listening to all the like dignitaries or resource persons. It was really very interesting, also convenient for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lavanya. It means a lot being a student to get such feedbacks. Thank you so much. We are at the end of this session. Let us take up this proud moment to completely cherish whatever we have done from the morning. For this, I take up the privilege to completely have a winding up session, that is a vote of thanks for the session. And I completely, with this, have overwhelming response from all of the delegates who are present from the morning till this point in time, taking care of all the technical glitches and being so very patient, maintaining the decorum of the session throughout all the time passed by. So with this, we are at the end of the complete session, and I completely take up this privilege to call upon Mrs. Tripti, research scholar, Department of Commerce, to propose the vote of thanks for the session.
Before we conclude this workshop, I would like to take a moment to thank everyone who made it possible. Firstly, I would like to thank our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Jayakara sir. I thank our guests, Sri Sheikh Latif sir and Dr. Srinivas sir. We thank our Dean and Chairperson, Dr. R. Sarvamangla ma'am, for her unwavering commitment to excellence and her motivation to make us reach greater heights. I also thank Dr. Nirmala ma'am for her constant support in conducting this workshop. A major thank you to our resource persons, Dr. Monica S., Dr. Dharmendra H., and Dr. Ashwata Kumar. We are so grateful that you took the time to share your expertise with us. You captivated our audience with your knowledge, passion, and engaging delivery. I also thank Dr. S. Satyeshwara sir for contributing to this workshop. At last, I would like to thank all the students, faculties, scholars, and volunteers for making this workshop successful. I am Tripti, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Bangalore University. I wish you all a pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I thank even the technical support team of Ms. Netra, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, who has completely taken so much of time in creating the Google Forms, forwarding it to the group, creation of the WhatsApp group, and making sure everything is intact. I thank Ms. Netravati, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, for all the technical support for which she has done. Thank you, Netra. With this, we are at the end of this session, and hope every delegates, that is the participants, have taken very good insight, and hope it will completely help you not only for this semester, throughout your life. Even if you want to pursue your research, that is in order to pursue a PhD, it is very much insightful, so that it is an eye-opener for all of you. We have completely had a very good valuable insights, not only for your dissertation, it is for your life. So that investment in knowledge pays the best interest. Every minute which you have spent on this particular session is going to completely pay a very good return on investment of what you have done. So thank you so much for your patience listening throughout the session. And this is going to have a very good resounding success in the future upcoming events, which we are going to conduct from the Department of Commerce under the chairmanship and deanship of Professor Sarvamangala ma'am. And hope you all have a very good day. Thank you.
The feedback form or the feedback link will be shared in the group.
Feedback link will be shared in the WhatsApp group, and that WhatsApp group will be completely having the feedback link, and all the participants will be getting the certificates within 15 days to your Gmail, with which you have filled the feedback link.